All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for being here and joining me today. A big shout out to everybody who shows up so early. Really do appreciate it. I don't know, man. We are running low on PlayStation specific topics to talk about here, man, because Sony is doing exactly what I thought they would do for now. It could change today, could change tomorrow, but Sony is laying pretty low. Obviously, I think it's in their, I don't know if it's in their best interest. I don't know what's in their best interest, but they're laying low. They're kind of chilling right now, and fans are just kind of eager to learn, what their next move may or may not be. But what their next move may not be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that made any sense. But either way, I appreciate you guys being here. I have 2 super chats from New Soul 9, and I apologize to the people who were here earlier. You probably heard it sounded like me talking into the mic. I was actually watching a clip from one of my previous streams, and I forgot to actually mute the desktop audio. So it was just coming through. I don't know if it was coming through loudly. I think it was coming through pretty faintly. So apologies for that. I'll let you know why I was listening to that in just a moment here. But some of the topics that I hope we will be able to cover today, I'll let you know what those are. And as you know, it could shift. That's kind of the nature of these streams. I come in with certain topics I wish to discuss. And because of reasons, they end up sometimes shifting into completely different topics, which I think kind of makes it fun. So, yeah, I'll run down what those topics are in just a moment. And we have Omen86 here. Welcome back to the channel, Omen. Thank you for dropping another membership gift. This is a great time for me to just let you guys know, again, how you can support me, how you can support my content. Thank you for watching my content. That is always appreciated, obviously. Hit that like button for me. Show some support in that way. If you want to support me directly, though, you want to go above and beyond, you can follow in Omen86's footsteps here and many others. Consider gifting memberships if you are a channel member. You guys have been just absolutely phenomenal with the support that you've shown, not only me, but the community and the content. So I'm always grateful for that. If you are already a channel member, you do have the ability to gift memberships. Exley3000 comes in and he drops 5 membership gifts as well. Starting off the day strong, 6 members gifted just like that. Appreciate the support, guys. Exley, thank you, man. Omen86, love to see it, guys. And if you don't want to gift memberships, you can either become a channel member or you can donate a super chat. Many of you guys choose to donate super chats. Keeps the conversation going in very interesting directions. It's a way for you to ask questions, give your own opinions, give statements, and support me directly as well. I do try to read the chat, the regular chat too, so you don't have to feel like the only way you can communicate with me is through super chats. Certainly not, but obviously I do prioritize super chats because I feel like it's a necessary thing to do, and also because it keeps things, somewhat tame. And my God, we have Omen86. Holy shit, dropping a 50 bomb. Wow, dude, we're not even 10 minutes into this stream and Omen86 just goes crazy and drops a fucking 50 bomb. Oh my God, Omen86, dude, I have something special for you. This was not pre-planned, by the way. I was not planning on revealing this today. It's not that major, but I think this is a good time to do it because Omen86 starts out the stream with a 50 bomb. Like my goal was set to 50 and he single-handedly crushes it. Angry Whale Watcher follows him up with a gift of their own. Holy, so I'm going to give it a second here before I play it. I added a new soundbite. I'm hoping it works correctly. Okay? I can't believe I got this soundbite. Okay? I wish there was more people here, though. That's the only thing. I wish there was more people here that could hear the soundbite. I might reserve this soundbite for like 50 bombs or something. I don't know, but it's a special soundbite. I hope it doesn't underwhelm, but it's just something that I can't believe it. I was able to put it together. I'm going to play that. I'm going to play that now for Omen86 for dropping that 50 bomb. out of nowhere. So Omen86, this one's for you. Please let me know if, you know what, here you go. Ready?
That is some triple A's greatness.
Did it work? I hope it worked. Did it work? I don't know. I don't have the sound playing. I hope it worked, man. Did nothing come through? It worked. Okay. Amazing. You get the very first. Some people are like, huh? What was that? What was that sound like? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You're saying it was a little choppy. I'll play it one more time.
That is some triple A's greatness.
I got to be able to hear it myself, dude. I got to turn this on. Hold on, so I can hear it. Where is it? Where is it?
That is some triple A's greatness.
It's a little rough, but we have Arnold coming in saying that is some triple anus greatness. Yes, I remember what you guys told me. We were like, you should mess around with some AI, see if you can get some different sayings because he's a robot. Yeah, dude. It's actually kind of fitting too for Arnold to sound so robotic since he's the Terminator. But yeah, I found an interesting place to like come up with some stuff. The trouble with it is the same trouble you always have with AI, though. It's a little, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. But I thought I typed up a bunch of stuff to try to use, and that was, out of everything I typed up, the only one that was like pretty legible. Like you could hear it, you can understand it. And again, I was not planning on using that today, but because Omen86 decided to be incredibly generous and just immediately start off this stream by dropping a 50 bomb on this community, I feel like, you know what? No better time than now. So that one's for you, Omen86. And yeah, we are at 57 members. I didn't even get to talk about anything yet, and you immediately crushed the goal. So really, though, in all seriousness, Omen, that's insanely generous of you. That is very kind to all of you guys. I know many of you don't drop like 50 bombs. Many of you guys drop 5 memberships at a time. They add up. But to everybody who does do these big membership numbers, very, very generous of you. Very kind of you. Thank you for keeping the membership community growing and keeping it strong. I do owe you guys a piece of members exclusive content. So hopefully we'll be doing that very soon. And thank you, man. I as I always say, I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for the support that you guys show. It's absolutely incredible. So I'm actually going to update this goal, and we'll keep this going. I don't want to go too off the rails already. Let me see here. So 57 members already. You guys are insane. Oh, wait. It's not going to let me do that. 1 second here, guys. And there we go. Yeah. Straight up insanity right there, man. Not sure how we're at 57 members already on the day. But yeah, this community is amazing. Let me read New Soul 9's super chats here, because he sent them way earlier, and I want to make sure that I don't miss them. Actually, New Soul 9, New Soul 9, I want you to hang tight for just a moment here, because I do have something I want to say about your super chats. I'm gonna read the 2 chats I have in front of me first. So we have the Lenator FFC. He says, Scotland is with you. Well, thank you so much for that, man. Scotland is with me. Yeah, Titus Crow. Yep. Omen86 dropped a 50 bomb. And he says here with his super chat, back from vacation, ready for some membership carpet bombing, celebration of MBG's PSVR 2 experience, Horizon. Never underestimate Sony's first party. Yeah, dude, thank you so much, man. I hope your vacation went well. And I mean, membership carpet bombing, by all means, man. We are keeping this membership train going. We're keeping the community growing, and it's very, very empowering, man. So thank you for that so much. And yeah, PSVR 2, been playing some Horizon. I gotta pick up that game. I do have to buy it and install it because I keep forgetting that the one that's on my screen right now is actually just a trial. Like I keep going back to it, be like, oh, okay, I think I'll play more. It's like, wait, it's a trial, man. You got to buy the game. But yes, Horizon. I mean, dude, we got to see more first party games for PSVR 2. We do. I'm seeing. I saw that what's the game? It's a shooter. What is it? Sierra Squad, Crossfire, Sierra Squad. It looks okay, but I think Firewall's getting not so great reviews. I saw that game, Green Hell, was not getting great reviews, and now I think Sierra Squad's not getting great reviews either, which is unfortunate because I did see somebody in the chat earlier. They were like asking why does it seem like there's just a string of not so great PSVR 2 games, and I think if anything, we need to see Sony, and I know you can't rush it. I'm sure they're working on things, but man, I can't wait. Now that I'm a PSVR 2 owner, one of the things I can't wait is for the next Sony showcase, whenever that's going to be, because I assume they're going to have like one or two first-party PSVR 2 games, at least one new one, right? Even if it's an Astrobot game, which we'll talk about later. And I feel like this is what Sony needs to do, because one of the things I am very impressed with Horizon is the visual aspect. You know, Horizon is looked at as it's viewed as one of the best looking games out there that you can play on PS5. And I'm not saying the visual quality of Horizon Call of the Mountain is the same as playing Forbidden West. Certainly not, but it's still really, really good. Like, it definitely captures the art style, and we need more of that. Like, I just want to see Sony bring more of their IP and more of these worlds that they've created over to PSVR 2. I feel like it's something that they're totally neglecting right now, probably because they're in the process of developing at least some. So, yeah, man, I really appreciate it, and thank you again, dude. Absolutely colossal support here. And New Soul 9, one more second here. I got Techie6, member for 3 months. He says, at this point, Omen deserves an OnlyFans from you. Nah, man, OnlyFans, never gonna happen, bro. Not, I mean, I know it's a joke, but yeah, I don't know, man. I was like coming across some weird stuff, or I come across weird stuff all the time on X, formerly known as Twitter, right? That's what it's actually being called now. And there was this, I don't know who this person was. It was like some female streamer on Twitch, and she ended up getting banned from Twitch because she accidentally showed her like OnlyFans menu or something. And I was just like curious. I was like looking at it. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this shit is crazy, man. And yeah, that's a whole, I don't know what's going on over there, and I don't want to know. So, but I appreciate it, man. We have New Soul 9. I'm going to read your super chats, man. You're saying, MBG, would it be possible for you to see a video I made about you? It's 24 minutes. It has to do with a YouTuber called Oh No, It's Alex, calling you out about what you said about Phil Spencer and the Xbox Series S, and I give my take. Or do I leave a link of the video on the comment section after the stream is over so you can check it out when you have the time? So I did catch your super chat before my stream went live. I watched a couple minutes of your video. It was pretty funny. You had me laughing a little bit at the beginning. I'm not going to watch it here on the channel because, I'm not trying to start drama or anything with anybody. I'm not even really familiar with this guy, frankly. I did come across him before, though. It was, yeah, I mean, you could tell he's like an entertainer, I guess, or he's trying to be an entertainer. It's all about the drama and, talking shit and whatnot. Not surprising, but what I can say is when the stream is done, hopefully, so YouTube doesn't allow people to post links. I think it does let you post a link in a comment, but the problem with it is that I think the comment automatically gets held for review or is considered like spam. But what I should be able to do is manually actually like let that comment go through, because you're mentioning that it's a video you made and it pertains to what we talk about. So yeah, if you want to leave that that comment after the stream is done, I'll look out for it and I'll go check to see if it was held for review, and I'll push it through. And if you guys want to go support New Soul 9 a little bit here, check out his video. And I saw that you were defending me a little bit, which was nice of you, man. And yeah, so what I actually wanted to bring up now, because New Soul 9, what you made me do, because I watched like the first, I think, like 4 minutes of your video, and this guy, Oh No, It's Alex or whatever, he opened his video by clipping like I think like 1 minute or 2 minutes of a section of my stream where we talked about this. It had to do with Larian and the Xbox Series S and Phil Spencer and me basically saying like Phil Spencer's a liar, like he's lied many times and I don't know why people praise him the way they do and treat him like he's not a liar. Um, but he was basically using this as a way to say, I'm hypocritical and blah, blah. I didn't watch the whole thing, so I don't know if he's like spent the whole video talking about me or if it was just that section. But the question I have, and because I know I said this and I just wanted to make sure. See, this is what I mean, where it's like, I don't want to play into these people and their games because I think they're nonsense. And I think it's obvious what they're trying to do. Like they have an agenda. There's no point in trying to argue with them because it's not like there is no winning. They have an agenda. Their agenda is to paint a certain picture, create a certain audience, create a certain energy and expectation with that audience, and just dig into that and not move from it. But the question that I had when I listened, I was like, hold on. But did I not explicitly say word for word in my last stream or the stream that was taken out of context that this is a good thing because more people can play the game, right? Like that's the whole argument. If I'm not mistaken, that was the whole argument he was making in his video is like PlayStation fanboys basically upset because now, more people get to play this game. And don't get me wrong, like I'm only speaking for myself. There are definitely fanboys out there that are acting that way where it's like Xbox shouldn't have this game. Xbox fans shouldn't be able to play this game, getting kind of weird about it. I don't understand that either. But just to defend myself a little bit here, where it's like, I'm pretty I was just thinking this in my head, like I'm pretty sure I said that word for word, and that's why I was going back and checking my stream. And shout out to Devil Shooter for the timestamps. And I did, like literally the first thing I said when I talked about this topic is I said, on one hand, this is a good thing because more people will be able to play Baldur's Gate 3, and that's a good thing, and it's good that Xbox players will be able to experience that. And on the other hand, I said the bad thing is it's going to be missing a key feature. So that's why I was a little bit confused where it's like, why? So hold on. Why are my feet being held to the fire? Because I'm calling Phil Spencer a liar. Because I'm pointing out that people should be careful about how much they really believe everything Phil says because he's been caught lying many, many times in the past. And I even said, oh, and by the way, Jim Ryan is a liar too. I even said that, right? But this is where, again, it's clear that there's an agenda. It's not about actually being truly honest and genuine. It's about, but I have to make fun of you, and I have to make fun of fanboys, and I have to make fun of PlayStation fans. Well, then why don't you put that clip in there? Why don't you specifically, because you're willing to take clips, right? You're willing to take 30 seconds here, a minute there, 2 minutes here. Why don't you take the 30 seconds where I said it's a good thing? Why don't you take this clip right now? I'm saying it's a good thing that Baldur's Gate 3 can now be played by more people. It's a good thing that Xbox decided to release this game on their platform and, make that exception with the Series S. They won't. They won't, again, because it's obvious. And here's the worst part about it. The worst part about it is I do blame them to an extent. Like I do blame these content creators for picking and choosing when it's convenient for them, but I blame their audience as well because it's like, that's why they're getting away with it. That's why they're allowed to pick and choose. Where, well, I'm only going to cherry pick the not so great things that this person says or that person says. I'm just going to completely ignore. Because here's the thing. I'll be honest, just like I always am. Yes, Phil Spencer's a liar, but he's also spoken truth as well. He's not just exclusively a liar. Not every single word that comes out of Phil Spencer's mouth, and the same with Jim Ryan, it's not just lies. The reality is these are businessmen. These are high-end business executives in charge of multi-billion, and in the case of Microsoft, a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. They're gonna lie. It's just what they do. It's literally part of their job. And anybody who thinks that that's not going to happen or that that's not the reality, they're either ignorant or they're delusional. But the reality is they are liars. Business people lie. In some cases they don't even realize they're lying in the moment because they don't know that they're going to change things in the future. And the reason why they just end up changing it and going back on their word is because that's what the business demands. It is necessary. But that's the thing, man. That's the thing. They won't clip me saying those things. And here's the thing, even if somebody, whether it's this guy or any of them, because they're a dime a dozen, even if they do, they'll downplay it. Oh, okay, well, he said, yeah, okay, he said the thing and whatever. Maybe that's a good take. And I've witnessed it. I've witnessed it myself where these guys, they sit here and they complain about people like me, all these other people out there, and they literally bitch about people bitching. They cry about people crying. And that's the irony of it all. And I wonder if their audience realizes that. They probably don't. But I've witnessed these guys and these content creators where they'll like either live react to something or they'll make a video about something and they'll construe it in such a way where it's like you're only gonna see an intense reaction from them at certain moments. But if the person or the content that they're reacting to actually makes sense or says something logical or says something good, they're just, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, okay. And they just get real calm and real like, oh, yeah. What? Why don't you keep the same? Why don't you celebrate it? I mean, you're willing to go berserk and scream and yell and shit talk when somebody says something that you don't agree with or that you think is dumb. Where's the energy when they say something that does make sense? Where's the energy when they say something that's good, when they say something that a lot of people agree with? Well, I guess we don't need energy for that. Only the bad stuff. Only the dumb stuff. The good stuff, whatever. It is what it is, man. I'm sure I like to think that everybody is aware that this is just a game, right? Like it's all just one big game. And you have to decide whether or not you're going to play the game. And part of playing the game is it's not just about the content creator themselves deciding to play the game. It's also the audience member. The audience member has to decide, like, am I going to be part of this game? And I'm pretty sure, like, everything I'm saying, most people are aware of. But that's the thing, man. If it weren't for the people going to these types of videos and pursuing this type of content, it only just recently really started to become very popular. And it's always been there, but it just recently kind of became popular. Saying, dude, stop acting innocent. At what point did I say I'm innocent? See, that's the thing. I didn't. You're the one saying that. I didn't say it. I'm not innocent. In fact, I probably more than anybody else. I could be wrong, but I at least know that there have been dozens of times, and my audience can back me up on this one, dozens of times where I have called myself out and I've said I was wrong or that was dumb or that was a bad take. And I own up to it. So I'm not sure where this notion of no, I'm not acting innocent. I'm trying to keep things even. I'm trying to keep them as balanced as I can, where if people are going to clip me, if somebody clips me saying something that sounds like, oh, it's a bad take or it's a dumb thing or whatever, or, he's ranting about something, right? That's fine. I get it. But I'm always going to ask the question, but where are the clips of me saying the smart thing, the good thing, the thing that makes sense, the thing that maybe even you would say? Where's that? Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Titus, bro. Damn, dude, the drama. I love it, though. I got to admit, I love it. You are now reaping the harvest from years ago, MBG. No, honestly, you're probably right. Yeah. To an extent. what comes around does go around. That is just the truth of life, man. And there's no doubt that, yeah, I've went in hard on Xbox fans and the Xbox fan base, and I've made some enemies. And there's no doubt that now that Xbox is in a good position, you know, and they have that kind of, you know, the wind in their sails, so to speak. Yeah, they're gonna come after somebody like me, of course. It's to be expected. but I love the terminology though, man. It's pretty good. And sorry, Exley 3000. I apologize, man. In my talk here, I totally missed that you gifted another 5 memberships, dude. Really, really appreciate you doing that. We're actually at 62 members on the day, which is incredible. I don't know how we're at 62 members. You guys are just insane. So thank you for that, man. Huge, huge start to the stream here. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I have Omen86 with another donation. Says, MBG, I know you like linear story-driven games. You absolutely have to play VR Moss Book 1 and 2. Promise us. These games are AAA. You can completely play them seated, platforming perfection. I actually am planning on playing that. I promise that I will play it. I can't say exactly when it will be, but I am going to play it because I keep going back to the PSVR 2 storefront, and I keep seeing those games. I noticed like they're not very expensive, and they look very different from any other VR games that I've seen, and I've heard very, very good things about them. And I even have a friend who I think played it. So yeah, dude, I'm gonna play them because you're right. I do like linear story-driven games, and it would really only make sense for me to, if I, look for that type of experience in VR as well as, on my PS5. So I'll do it, man. I'll do it. And we have DeRock coming in. DeRock coming in and dropping another membership gift as well. I got to give you guys a couple of sound bites.
Thank you.
I've been slacking off a little bit here, so I'm just going to play a bunch of sound bites in a row. And we got Hellbound 1981 dropping another 5 membership gifts. The Legends are coming out in force today. Thank you guys so much. DeRock drops 1. Hellbound follows up with 5. Love to see it, guys. We are at, let me see, we're at 68 members on the day. I mean, geez, man, you guys never cease to amaze me. I start out the goal with 50, and you just completely snap it in half, dude. So thank you for that, man. Let me see. Saying MBG, don't buy Crossfire Sierra Squad. Why is that, Magnum Gaming? Why is that? Let me know. Pio Trek F, you're saying, I'm considering selling my Xbox Series X and buying a PlayStation Portal. That is some funny shit, dude. Because it's just so not the energy right now out there, The energy is the literal opposite. I don't know, though. I'd say as much as I am inclined to, encourage that, I will say make sure you think hard about that, Pio Trek. And I would assume if you do this, you have a PC that you can play Xbox games on, because I would never want to encourage anybody to not have a way to access games on an entire platform. Honestly, because of all the games that Microsoft owns now, I think it would be best for everybody to have some way to potentially access these games. But at the same time, that's your decision to make, man. If that's what you want to do, go for it. I hope, I guess I'm just saying, I hope we don't regret it or anything. Damn, dude. New Soul 9, thank you for the chat. You're saying exactly, MBG. I don't know how Alex didn't hear you acknowledge the good side, but you can acknowledge the con that needs to be addressed at the same time. I agreed. Well, I appreciate that, man. That's why I'm thankful for you guys that actually sit here and listen to what I have to say. Not just this one section or not just this clip, but, I have noticed that there are people that have come to my channel because they come across these clips on the internet, and they come in expecting me to just be a total, loose cannon, off the rails. Sometimes I am, but that's all it is, right? It's just pure hyperbole. There's no reason, there's no logic, there's no nothing, there's no fair the word fair or balanced doesn't exist here, but people have realized the longer they listen to me that actually that's not true at all. That there are many times where we have very fair, reasonable, balanced conversations. There are times where I get emotional, and I get heated and I rant and stuff and I rave. And of course, sometimes just like every human being out there, maybe I say a regrettable thing or two. It happens, especially, doing live streams the way I do, never knowing what I'm going to encounter. It's the way it is, right? But as I've said, I've been willing to acknowledge weaknesses. I've been willing to admit when feel like I'm wrong about something, or maybe I, had a bad take on something, or I should, recalibrate something. But it is genuinely, it's not even frustrating because it's not frustrating because I don't care that much. Like, people are going to do what they're going to do, regardless of what I say or how I feel. But it is disappointing. It is disappointing to see other content creators that are clearly have some type of following, they have some type of audience, and they have somehow, some way garnered some type of respect, right? Like, that's the thing here is people speak about them, or they act, they treat them like they have some, they've earned some kind of respect. And I think that's fine until you realize that, but they're purposely ignoring things. They're purposely framing things a certain way. Like, is that respectable? Like, is it respectable when when it's clear you have an agenda and you're not even doing a good job hiding it? In my opinion, I don't think it is. And maybe some people don't care about that. Maybe a lot of these guys, it's not about respect. And I wouldn't be surprised, because at the end of the day, to me, it really only has to be about one thing. And that is attention. Am I getting the views? Am I getting the views? And if the answer to that question is yes, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. And I get it. I get it. That's how a lot of people operate. That's how a lot of content is made. And it's a very viable way to create content in 2023. But it is still disappointing, like I said, at times like this where it's like, I did say something else that you're ignoring, that you're not covering, that you would probably say yourself if you didn't already. But we can't have that, can we? We can't. If I can't make it so that me and MBG said the same thing, because then we become relatable. Then MBG becomes humanized. Maybe even agreeable. And we can't have that. No, we can't have that. And Omen86 still going with the carpet bomb here, dropping 2 membership gifts and then a 10 bomb, another 10 bomb to get us up to 80 members. Omen, my God, man, you are going berserk today. W's in the chat for Omen.
Holy shit.
Just doing some heavy lifting today. Really, really appreciate that, man. That's crazy. I don't know how we're already at 80 members, but I can't thank you enough, dude. Very, very generous. Very kind of you. It's because I said I'll play Moss, isn't it? I think that's what did it. He's like, yes, MBG's going to play Moss 1 and 2. Thank you for that, man. I'll give you a, let me see.
Enough
give
for
Jim
me.
Ryan.
We're going to have the games to our talk.
Give you a Jim Ryan. And let me see. Let me make sure I'm getting caught up here. I also have Sons Esqueda. I probably destroyed that pronunciation, but you're saying, MBG, you should play Blood and Truth on VR. The problem with that is that's a PlayStation VR 1 game. I've heard it's actually really good, but as we know, PlayStation VR 2 is not backwards compatible. And that is disappointing, because that actually is one of the games that I kind of regret missing out on. I tell you right now, there's no way I'm going to buy a PSVR 1 and go back and play some of these games. But maybe in the future, I don't know, maybe this will be a game that at some point Sony will bring forward with like a remaster or something, or like you get like a $10 upgrade fee or something like that. So we'll see. But yeah, I heard that was a really good game. B Flesher, you're saying Crossfire is literally 2 hours long and has no PvP. Sheesh, 2 hours? Really? I mean, you're saying it's literally 2 hours? Is that true? That's wild. That's like That's like offensively short. And New Soul 9 again, you're saying, oh shit. I'm not gonna read that, bro. I'm not gonna read that. But well, I'm gonna leave a part of what you said out because I don't think it would sound very good if I said that. You're saying they are ignorant. All Alex, I think you're saying all his fan base is ignorant. Don't allow people to put dirt on your name. If this was my channel, I wouldn't let that slide. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. It is disappointing, but there's something else I want to say here, and this is where I'll end it, right? And we'll move on to the other topics. But you're saying like you wouldn't let it slide. I get that, and a lot of people don't, right? Like a lot of people do, and in a way, I guess I am acknowledging it right now and reacting to it. But I'm just saying, like a lot of people really immediately get ultra defensive, and they try to really like fight, and they fight tooth and nail. And the reason why I just don't care enough to do that, and it's like, yeah, I'll let it slide, or not even just let it slide, like let it happen. Go ahead, do what you want, man. Like do your worst, is because number one, as I said, I already know what their agenda is. So I know that this isn't a matter of maybe we can reason with each other. No, that is not a possibility because they are profiting off of me. You see, like I am one of the reasons why they are able to get viewership and in turn make money. So the idea that I can reason with them and talk about things, that's not going to happen. You know, like the message that is communicated is we are, and that's why I think it's obvious now, right? Like they are refusing to acknowledge any of the smart, logical, fair things that I've said, because if they do that, they risk losing me as a profit source, and they just can't have that. So there's that reason, but here's another reason. The reason why I'm not going to fight it is because they also want that as well. You know what I mean? Like if I were to really try to go on the defensive or even try to like attack these guys in some way, it's like they're winning. Like I just played into their hand entirely because that's exactly what they want. They want more attention. They will do anything for attention. They will say anything for attention. They will leech off of anyone they can for attention. And so it's like, yeah, I mean this is the literal definition of like don't feed the trolls, because they're not in the, this isn't about integrity, this isn't about honor, this isn't about being balanced, this isn't about being fair. This is about shitting on people. This is about being toxic. This is about courting the lowest type of people on the internet by being one of the lowest types of people on the internet, where you can all safely coexist and they can profit off of it. That's what this is about. It always has been. It always will be. It always will be. It always will be. And because of that, it's just like, it's not worth it. You know, if I genuinely believed like there was something productive that could come of this, there wouldn't. Like most of these guys, I bet you, whoever they are, I promise you that if I were to ever like have a one-on-one with them and I just said, you're right. No, you're completely right. I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. You know, I'm a fool. The things I've said are wrong. And you won. You win, dude. You're absolutely correct in everything you've said. Do you think that they would suddenly be like, oh, well, thanks, man. That I'm glad you realized that. No. Like what? No. They're just gonna go in even harder. That's the thing with people like there is no winning. They know this, and their audience knows this. It's not about winning or losing. It's about being this way and staying this way and profiting off of it and the entertainment value. So it's just the way it goes, man. It's just the way it goes, the way it always has been and always will be. So yeah, to the trolls, it's crack. Yeah, it's true, man. But I hear you, and I appreciate it, New Soul 9. I appreciate you, defending me a little bit. And that's the thing. Like, no one should ever have to feel like they have to defend me or anything like that. It's again, man. Like, I could sit here and say that I've always been wrong about Xbox, and I apologize. I could say that, and at that, that doesn't, in their eyes, that doesn't compute. That doesn't, it's unforgivable. There is no forgiving. So, yeah. Clout chasing and fueling ego. Yeah. I mean, I've been there. And it never ends well. I've been a victim to my own ego. And, it is tantalizing, certainly. Like, and I noticed this, like people who listen, man, it is as simple as if you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword. It's not because it's not me. I'm not going to be the one wielding the sword. That's the thing. It's just the way these things go. You live by the sword, you die by the sword, and what comes around does go around. And I know this because I've lived it and I've experienced it. And I haven't even done half the things that these guys do. I haven't done half the things these guys have done. So, when the time comes, man, and I'm sure it will, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's the law of nature, man. It's not by me. It's just how it goes. Devil Shooter saying, MBG, honestly, I think it's hurting your channel. YouTube should really do something. Well, I can assure you, Devil Shooter, it's definitely not hurting my channel. Like, I would be, if I really thought that it was not thought, if I had evidence and there was an indication that, that's not good, or this is really, there's some kind of correlation here. I mean, the only thing that I have noticed, and this is, again, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is a little bit annoying. It feels like, whatever, is just an increase in either snarky comments or people just being straight up assholes. And that's always been there. But other than that, this actually hasn't hurt my channel. And it's a situation where it's this is why I try not to acknowledge it. I've been acknowledging it more lately, and to be fair, you're the one who brought it up today. But it's okay, so actually my channel's been doing better than it ever has been. And I don't know if these guys are doing better than me. I don't know if they're, maybe in some ways they are, but it's it is helping me. It is. So that's kind of one of the reasons as well where I'm I don't, it's annoying, but I don't know that I need to do anything because, I mean, it sucks that I have to see certain increases because of, for a negative reason. But at the end of the day, YouTube is no different than any other business and any other platform. It is about the numbers. It is about the raw numbers. And my raw numbers have been actually better for it. And maybe on the surface, it might not seem like it to some people, but yeah, it's kind of where I'm well, if you want to, if you're going to clip me, I would really prefer you clip the good and the bad, to keep it fair. But I get it. You have an agenda. You're only going to clip the bad. So go ahead, go ahead, clip my stuff, say what you want to say, react to it. But you are helping me, whether you know it or not. See, I feel like I shouldn't say that. A part of me doesn't, I feel like I shouldn't have said that shit. Because it's I don't know. I don't want them to know they're actually helping me, but maybe, I don't know, maybe that should be kind of obvious. Free MBG ads. Yeah. You know what the funniest thing about it is to me is I am the guy who literally dressed up in a clown wig with a clown nose and got and a meme was created from that. I willingly wore that to clown myself. And it's just funny to me that you were yeah, we're gonna make fun of this dude. Okay. I mean, go for it, man. But I'm not sure. Like, okay, I don't know what people expect, but it is what it is, dude. Let me see. We got. I'm actually really backed up here. We got Omen86 again. Thank you, man. You're saying MBG, if you like the Horizon VR demo, the first level, you haven't seen nothing yet. I bet if you play the whole game, you will be shocked how good of an experience it actually was. As a VR newbie, it's fire. Yeah, that I gotta say, man, like that's the thing is it left a really, really strong first impression, but it was pretty simple. Like you could tell that they're not like you don't experience any like major or big encounters or anything like that. You know what I mean? Because it's a situation where, well, we gotta let them play it. We gotta win them over because it is a trial. Like the goal is we want people to buy this game, and the only way we're gonna do that is by giving them a taste, right? And when you're the beginning section of Horizon Call the Mountain on the boat ride, like it really was cool when you see the Stormbird flying overhead and it's getting closer and closer and it flies like real close, and just the scale, it really is a situation, a scenario where you can't, when you're playing the game regularly, like on a 2D screen, you know, Horizon Forbidden West, you see a Stormbird, you see a tall neck. Yeah, I mean, you get a sense of scale, but when you are playing this game in VR, like you really don't fully get it. I mean, you know, when the tall neck was walking by and I'm like looking literally, I mean, straight up, I gotta lean back and look up. I'm like, oh my God, this is insane. So I imagine, yeah, there's gonna be more things that come with this game that I'm assuming I'll really enjoy. I'm looking forward to it, man. I am. I'm gonna try to be better at hydrating today. Saying MBG, be honest, what are some PlayStation games / franchises you don't like? For me, I don't like Horizon. I finished Zero Dawn and quit Forbidden West. It's a good question. You know, I mean, I will say the Horizon, like out of the big tentpole franchises that Sony has, there isn't a franchise as far as I can think right now that I like really dislike. It's a matter of, so like if we were to grade it like S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, and D tier, I don't think there's any franchise. Again, I would have to kind of look into it. That would be like D tier. Like I just don't like it like at all. Like I'm just not interested at, well, D tier I think would be don't like. Like I actively don't like it. C tier would be I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not interested in it. I feel like something like Sackboy kind of falls in there, right? Like what Sackboy: A Big Adventure. I mean, I bought that game because it was a launch game and I wanted to try it, and it was couch co-op. But I realized like it's not bad. It's not a bad game. Like it's fine. It's just it's not doing it for me. Like it really isn't something I actively want to play. So I'd put that at C tier for me. Something like Horizon it's a tough one because Horizon for me is not S tier. I can tell you that. Like Horizon is not S tier. Horizon probably falls somewhere between A and B, and it depends because like there are many things that I really thoroughly enjoyed a lot about Horizon that make it an A tier game. But then there are other aspects from like, well, you know, like just some of the dialogue and some of the writing and some of the story beats and just what they're what they're presenting, it makes me feel like, well, it's not that I dislike it. It's just it's out of all the different stories that I experienced from PlayStation, out of all the different experiences, for me, like I think Horizon, it basically fluctuates between an A and B tier, depending. Um, I mean, S tier games for me, I mean, Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us 1. Like for me, The Last of Us Part 2 would be, I mean, I know this sounds like blasphemy to some people, but The Last of Us Part 2 would actually be the closest to being, I don't want to say, I feel like it sounds really bad if I say D tier, but story-wise, it really got me to like a D. But in terms of the gameplay, the presentation, the quality, probably an A or an S tier. That's why I'm so excited for the multiplayer. But The Last of Us Part 1 for me is, that's like S+, S++, whatever you want to call it. Returnal, Returnal probably fluctuates between an A and an S tier because I would say Returnal's an A because I would have liked to see more of a stronger emphasis on the story side of things because I think Housemarque has proven with Returnal that they can create an interesting story, but they kept it so ambiguous and so spaced out. But Returnal, the gameplay is S tier, no doubt. I'm trying to think too. Let me see what Uncharted's a good one too. Like Uncharted for me, I would not say it's S tier because my only experience with Uncharted is Uncharted 4. And it was good. It just didn't like hit me the same way that maybe it hit other people. Maybe I'd have to replay it though. I don't know. I'd probably put Uncharted at like B or A. I mean, for me, it feels more like a B, but again, I don't know that I gave it I feel like I gave it a fair shake, but I think I needed to spend more time with it, truthfully. I feel like I wasn't really understanding the flow of an Uncharted game when I played it. And that's why I'm like really interested to see if Uncharted comes back, like what they do with it. What are they going to do with Uncharted? How are they going to like evolve it, I guess is what I mean to say. Maybe they won't. Maybe they don't need to. But people have also said to me that I need to play on like the original Uncharted games, which is crazy that I still haven't played them. But The Order, that's a good one. I mean, it's so hard to rate these games just because like The Order 1886, story wise, atmosphere wise, potential. I mean, it's like S tier, dude. But the gameplay and the entirety of the game, probably like a C, and that pains me to say because I enjoyed it so much, but there are aspects. That's the thing. There are aspects of every game that I feel like it would be. I see people saying like I should do a tier list for these games. It would be too hard, man, because I would want to separate key factors where it's like, like there are certain aspects to this game that I feel like absolutely are S tier, but others that are maybe C or B tier, just not on the same level. Yeah. Saying, where the holy hell is Silent Hill 2? I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you. I got Josh here with a super chat. He says, it was pitchforks and mobs coming for you every time you spoke about the Series S. I said to you many times it's going to hold back the gen. Now the same guys are begging Microsoft to drop the parity. Speak your mind. Well, that's the thing, man. Like, my energy towards the Series S hasn't changed. And I know that people will try to misconstrue it and twist it and make it seem like it's changed. No, it's always been the same. I've always said that the Series S is potentially a mistake. The Series S is likely going to hold back the generation to some degree, or at the very least cause problems. I've always said that I don't understand from a generational leap perspective the Series S. But I have said many times I understand the other side of it. I've said many times I understand why people would want to buy a Series S. It's cheaper. It's an easier access point. I understand why Microsoft would create that because it's cheaper and it's an easier access point and it's an easier way to sell people on your console. The cheaper, the easier it is. So I understand that. But what I didn't understand is why Microsoft would risk running into these potential problems, So, yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, I've said it once. I'll say it before. You are damned if you do. You are damned if you don't. And that's why I just don't care. That's why I'm just going to do. Because who the fuck cares, right? Like, the amount of shit that people talk on me at this point, it's like, fuck, man. Like, there's nothing else I could say. There's nothing else I can say. Like, if I wanted to, I could fucking make a stream being like, let's talk about how shitty Xbox is. I could do that. I could do that stream. I could, play into all this bullshit, but I don't do that. That would get way more attention, by the way. Like, I would get way more viewership if I made a stream like that. But I don't, because that's not how I feel. Like, that wouldn't be honest. That wouldn't be genuine. People, see, that's the thing, is back, like, even just a couple years ago, me being harsh on Xbox, right? Like, there's a reason why people fucking agreed with me. It was because, yeah, a lot of people were like, they need to get their shit together. And now that they have their shit together, like, there's this weird energy that's been created where it's like the only people that had anything worth saying this whole time were the people who remained fans. Like, I saw somebody left the comment, they're like, you switched sides too soon, MBG. Like, I don't think you understand. See, this is where I have proven people wrong, but no one seems to want to pay attention to that. The amount of times that people have said, you switched to PlayStation for views, like, wrong. Like, you couldn't be, like, I don't understand why you would think that when right now, like, the profitable thing to do in terms of, like, viewership, talk about Starfield, talk about Xbox, right? Like, that's the thing to do. And I'm not, and that's the thing, is like, to me, there doesn't seem to be anything bad that needs to be pointed out. Like, there's no real criticism that Xbox needs right now. There isn't. Somebody gonna clip me saying that? No, they won't. But it's true. There's no real criticism for Xbox right now because they're doing it right. We've had the conversations. Like, is it right for them to buy a publisher and make the games exclusive? We've had that conversation, but it's water under the bridge. It's done. It's over. But in terms of what did people ask Xbox to do? What did they want from them? We want bigger, more exciting AAA games on your platform. Exclusives. That's what we want. What is Starfield? That's exactly what Starfield is. So what is there to criticize? Right now, there's nothing to criticize. So it's like, people convince themselves that the only reason I ever shit on Xbox is because I actually hated them. Like, I hate Xbox. I hate Xbox fans, and I hate their games, and I hate their series. Like, no, it's never been about hate. It's been about, there's something really fucking wrong here, and these guys don't know what they're doing, and they're potentially fucking up the industry. So let's fucking acknowledge that. Let's call it out. And why are we praising Sony? I'll tell you why I was praising Sony, why I still am. Because Sony was doing many things right that Microsoft wasn't. We all know this. Like, this is still the truth. Like, Microsoft still released Redfall this year. They, like, I get that this isn't the appropriate time to be pointing that fact out. Why would we? I'm not saying you should. But for the people who are going to scream the loudest and act the most toxic, I just want to remind you, that fucking game came out this year, dude. So, maybe just calm down, be excited for your game, be excited for your platform, and understand that, yes, there are shitheads out there. Shitheads. There are genuine haters. Where Xbox could release, again, like an exclusive Wolverine game from Insomniac. It could be an Xbox exclusive, and these guys would come and say, that's the shittiest shit I've ever seen. And I get that. And that's fine. Like, people are going to hate what they're going to hate. But the reality for me has always been, Xbox is where I spent a lot of time playing games. I spent almost the entire 360 generation engrossed in the Xbox platform. And I was so engrossed in the Xbox platform that I even transitioned to the Xbox One platform. And I even tried to stick with that platform for half the generation until I realized, like, they're just not doing anything right, in my opinion. So at that point, people are out here telling me, they're like, dude, Everything you're asking for right now, Sony's literally doing that right now. Like, they've been doing that this entire generation. Like, you should probably go fucking play their games. And I did. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I listened. And I was of course I was nervous. Like, I wasn't as big of a content creator now in terms of the audience size, but I still had an audience, and I was very much nervous. Like, damn, dude, I don't know. These guys, I built a little bit of an audience here where I talk about Xbox, and I'm trying to be the guy. It's like, look, guys, I think they'll get it together. Like, I think they'll start releasing some better games. It seems like they're on that path, and they just weren't. And I was definitely nervous. Like, well, I guess this might be where I'm done with YouTube, and this won't work out, because it's like, I'm going to go try out these games, because that's the thing. It wasn't driven by views. Like, I was more hesitant to do that than people realize. I did it because I looked at the games and I said, yeah, it really does look like Sony is the one producing exactly what I'm asking for. So it would be pretty fucking dumb of me to not go play it. Let me ask you guys. Do you know why I'm not playing Starfield? I'm sure most of you know. But there's still some people that don't know. There are people here or on the internet that think, well, we know why you're not playing Starfield, MBG. Because you're PlayStation fanboy. Why would you play Starfield? No. I'm not playing Starfield because I don't have any interest in Starfield. I've never had interest in Starfield. I never will have interest in Starfield. Starfield could eventually come to PlayStation. I'm a hater. I hate Starfield. No, it doesn't interest me. And I look forward to the day. Because these guys, like I said, man, what comes around goes around. And maybe I should just let these guys make their bed, right? I look forward to the day when Xbox actually starts putting out fucking games that, yeah, I want to go play these games. And I'm going to talk about playing these games. And I'm hopeful that my audience will embrace that as well and be like, cool, man. How are they? What's it like? But these people who have painted me and they've convinced not only themselves, but other people, like, oh yeah, that guy, toxic fanboy, just wants to hate, just wants to shit on this platform and their games. Like, okay, cool. Well, I keep that at the forefront of your mind, because that's not always going to be that way. And everything's eventually going to come full circle. And that to me is the greatest irony of all of this right now. Because it's like, well, MBG isn't buying Starfield, so that's proof. That's proof. He's the fanboy. He doesn't want to play Xbox games. Like, no. Or could it just be that this isn't the Xbox game that I want to play? Could it be that? I don't know. Stay tuned. Find out. We're going to find out together. But it's crazy, man. You're saying, MBG, you had no interest in Final Fantasy, but you forced yourself to try it because it's an exclusive. Actually, I forced myself to try it for my audience, truthfully. Not because it was exclusive. I did not care about Final Fantasy VII. But, I mean, you guys were fucking relentless, bro. You were relentless. I mean, you were like, look, you got to go play it. Like, just, you got to at least try it. And I've told you guys, like, I don't think people quite understand, like, how resistant I was to installing Final Fantasy VII, let alone booting it up and playing it. Like, I genuinely did not want to, but I was like, I have nothing to play right now. There are audience members that are absolutely begging me to try this game. They are convinced that I'm going to love it. And I honestly was like, dude, they are going to be so disappointed when they find out that I do not like this game. I was ready, dude. I was ready to... And then at that point, well, you're just a fucking Final Fantasy hater. But dude, I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked. I was like, how is this game good? I was like, how am I actually enjoying this? And who knows, man? Look, maybe something could happen like that with Starfield. I don't right now. I don't think there's any. I don't see my chat begging me to play Starfield, but we'll see, man. Like, if Starfield gets like a fucking 97 on Metacritic, and it's just like, yeah, this is the game of the generation, I don't know. I would still be tough for me, because I've seen the gameplay. I understand what this game is. And I understand that, like, I don't think there's anything this game could do to get me to play it. But I have a PC more than capable of playing it. And I would need I would need not just a nudge. I mean, I would need like a straight up shove to get me to play it. But I beg MBG to use this PC. I know. And that's what's funny to me. It's like, I'm more excited for a game like State of Decay 3 than I am Starfield. And that's what's crazy is, most Xbox fans would probably feel the opposite of that. Most Xbox fans are probably like, what? No, but that's the same way it works with PlayStation, dude. Like I see genuine PlayStation fans come out and they say, I'm not interested in Spider-Man. Like, I don't care. Like, I have no interest in this game whatsoever. And it's like, a part of me wants to be like, whoa, what? But at the same time, it's like, I get it. Like, I do get it, man. Like, these games, all games are different. And people have to decide for themselves, like, which games do you really want to go out of your way to play? And I see a lot of people on Twitter right now, and I apologize. I'll get to your super chats in a second, guys. I'm going to keep this train of thought going. I see so many people on Twitter right now, like, aggressively defending Starfield. And I get it. Like, I completely understand where it's like, there is really no reason at this moment in time that I can see, anyway, for people to be shitting on Starfield. Like, it being a little bit nervous, like, is it going to be everything everybody's saying? Or is it going to be buggy? Are there going to be problems? Is Bethesda hiding something? I get that. I think that's totally warranted. But there are people who are actively shitting on this game and hating on it, right? And it's like, why? I guess I'm just saying, I wish that the people who are doing that right now would stop. Because I don't think what they might not realize is, like, you guys are making it easier for people who are to basically try to retaliate. Like, you're fueling it. And before anybody in the comments, if you're listening to this later, says stop playing the victim, MBG, there's no victims here. I'm not a victim of anything. I'm saying in general for the play space, right? For the general community that is gamers, whatever, right? Why? Like, I understood the hate for Redfall. Even Xbox fans understood the hate for Redfall. It was warranted. It was almost necessary to a degree to send a message to Microsoft. But I just, this is just where all they are doing by actively shitting on Starfield for seemingly no reason is they're making it nearly justifiable. It's still not justifiable, but nearly justifiable for these people to come back and do the same thing for games like Spider-Man, where it's like, what? We all know Spider-Man doesn't deserve some of the bullshit it's getting. Granted, it's not a whole lot, but just some of the nonsense where it's like, this Spider-Man 2 looks like fucking shit. That game's going to be in the garbage bin. Like, it's stupid, nonsensical stuff. But people are saying the same thing about Starfield, where it's like, guys, Starfield could be a lot of things. It's not going to be garbage. This is what I don't get. Like, I don't understand how it's like, I almost feel depressed a little bit that it's like, was I speaking to the wrong people this whole time? Not you guys, but just at certain moments, like, were people getting the wrong message? It's like, dude, Redfall's a fucking joke. Redfall's a joke. And you know what else seemed like it was kind of a joke? Forspoken. And what did we do? We told Sony, this shit ain't it, bro. What are you doing? Like, this is the game. Like, this is the big 2-year timed exclusive. Like, this game? Really? And that's where you realize that it's just like, it was never about calling something out for the sake of getting something better for a lot of people. The only thing it was ever about was, oh yeah, my side's going to win. My side is winning. And we're fucking destroying that side. And it's like, come on. Come on, man. Like, I think people forget that during the time, and I don't mean to keep bringing up Redfall, but it's because it is so crazy, man, how in a matter of like not even 6 months, dude, in just a couple months, I mean, it goes from Xbox is the biggest pile of shit we've ever seen to Xbox is bulletproof, gold, untouchable. It's like, it's neither of those things, dude. Okay? Redfall was a very bad game coming after a drought that sent the worst possible message to the fan base it possibly could. People get outraged and say, what the actual fuck, while simultaneously laughing at how ridiculous aspects of the game look. Now, Microsoft comes out and says, no, we have the opposite of that. We have Starfield. So I guess it's only natural that now it's just going to completely bounce the other way. And I wonder if Microsoft was banking on this. If so, it's very psychologically driven, very smart of them, where they knew, like, oh, dude, it's going to be night and day. Like, there is no in between now. It's just one or the other. And that's where we are. And I guess, I don't know. It would just be great if people could realize this and see it more clearly and understand that, like, listen, man, this year, think about that. I mean, really think about this. This year, you have Nintendo. They release Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Big AAA flagship exclusive for their platform. Fans are incredibly happy. You have Microsoft releasing Starfield for the Xbox platform. Big AAA, massive, once in a generation game from Bethesda. Fans are happy and seemingly will be happy once it releases. Sony, Spider-Man 2. Massive AAA tentpole title, follow-up to one of the biggest games they released last generation. Fans are happy and seemingly going to be happy with this game. What's the problem? I'm serious. What's the problem? This is what I don't understand. Where is the problem? Because if there's a problem, I can't identify. The only problem I can seemingly identify are the people trying to find problems and create them. So I don't know. I guess at some point, I just saying one platform needs to dominate. Again, I know, I get it. I this is where I am. I do feel regrettable. Truthfully, I do feel regrettable in some of the energy that I brought to the channel. In years past, where it's like I don't know. I guess maybe that's it. It's kind of intoxicating. People get engrossed, and it's like, yes, like, go fucking kick ass, man. And it's like, well, I don't know. I guess what's just weird to me is it felt not easier, but it almost felt in some ways it was, in others maybe not so much, but in a lot of ways it did feel justified, because it was like, dude, they're like, things are not even right now. Like, the playing field is not even. Microsoft is not on the same level as Sony. And then just like that, because of some purchases Microsoft made, now they are. And that is the truth. And I get some people might bring up, well, MBG, what about all the things you said about Microsoft and acquisitions and all your complaining, and you still try to, claim that it doesn't count because they're not doing it the right way, or they're not doing it the way. And I realized, like, look, I've said what I've said, and I had my reasons for saying that, and I made my peace with it, I guess you could say, right? Like, in those moments when we were going through those things and learning about these things, I understand that, look, maybe to me, the way Microsoft did it wasn't the best way to do it, or the way that I would consider the most respectable, but that does not matter to any of this. It doesn't. And I realized, like, this could be a situation, like, I could repeat the same thing I did, where it's like, dude, you held on to Xbox for years, bitching at them over and over and over, and still not getting what it is that you hope to get. You gonna do that again now? And that's where I realized, like, I'm not gonna do that again. Like, I could sit here and bitch over and over and over again about, like, Microsoft and acquisitions and they're fucking garbage and blah blah. It's like, but what is it going to do for me? Because that would get more views. Make no mistake, like that would be more successful viewership wise. But I don't, because it's just, number one, is it just me? I know it's not just me. You know, like there are plenty of other people. Like right now, I'm sure there are people in my chat that if I said these things, they'd be like, yeah, I agree. But it's just the realization that it's like, dude, you're on the outside looking in now, man. Like you used to be on the outside looking in, and a lot of other people were on the outside with you because they agreed with you. And you kind of shared that sentiment where it's like, they need, like, look at these guys. What are they doing, man? They need to get it together. And they did something that was perceived as they got it together. And then all of a sudden, all those people that were on the outside went on the inside. And there's still people standing on the outside, just not nearly as many. And I just realized that, like, but I don't want to go inside for that. Like, that's what you guys are going in for? Okay. And that's where just the realization and the understanding comes in, where it's like, oh, okay, well, mission accomplished. They did it. It's like I said, man, it just turns out that it wasn't. And that is the big problem here. The biggest, and this is the conclusion to this long-winded conversation. The big conclusion here is simply this. I've been wanting Microsoft to be Sony. That is all it comes down to. And I realized that after all this time is like, all I really ever was saying is, Microsoft, you need to be Sony. You need to do the things that Sony are doing. And I guess maybe that was a logical thing to say because, again, I think most people are in agreement that a lot of the things games-wise that Sony does is really good. So it's like natural that, well, their main competition that's struggling should do that too. And if you think about what I've been bitching about for years about Xbox, think about it. It's because they're going in a different direction. Game Pass, focusing more on AA games, buying all these different studios, many of which are known to produce AA games. It's just clear that Microsoft said, we're not going to be Sony. We're not going to try to be them. We're not going to copy them. We're not going to make games like them. We're going to do our own thing. And we believe that people are going to like that. And I won't lie. I was pretty convinced. Like, I don't think people are going to like that, Microsoft. Like, I don't. Because it's just like, why wouldn't you just follow what works? Why wouldn't you do this? Like logically to me, it's just like, if you're struggling, what is your competition doing that's working for them? But Microsoft, they just had a completely different plan that I didn't expect. They're like, listen, we're going into our vault. We don't have to play Sony's game. We're going to play our own game. And if you want to come play, go ahead. If not, well, go do your own thing. And that's where I realized, like, that's where we are. That is where we are. And it's interesting to me because I never considered this. Maybe a few times in the past I've considered, like, what if Microsoft goes their own way, but it actually works? I was pretty convinced, like, I don't think so, man. Like, but everything changed. Truthfully, everything changed when they bought Bethesda. Everything changed. Like, the entire understanding of, like how these things are going to play out, where these platforms are going to end up, where they're going to land. That changed everything. And it's changed even more now that they're going to buy Activision Blizzard. And so the conclusion here, I guess, is, and I'll be honest, like, I wasn't expecting to be talking about Microsoft so much today. But I think it's a good conversation. I'm enjoying it. The conclusion here is simply what I said. All these years, I essentially wanted a Microsoft and the Xbox platform, a platform that I really did enjoy for a long time. I wanted them to start doing what Sony did and what Sony does. And I really thought that would have been great to see in a way. Like it would have been great to see Microsoft try to focus less on, subscriber numbers and focus less on buying publishers and stuff like that, and maybe like how can we create new AAA single player IP. But I understand that Sony started doing that at a different time. And when Sony started doing that, when Sony was like, let's do Horizon Zero Dawn, let's greenlight Ghost of Tsushima, let's do Days Gone, right? All these like new IP and whatnot, and even going further back, like let's reboot God of War. Let's do a single player Spider-Man game. When they were doing all this stuff, the industry was different than it is now. Games were expensive, but not this expensive. Games took long to make, but not this long to make. And Sony basically played this game where the odds, frankly, were stacked against them, and they won. And I realize now that this is why Microsoft, nor anybody else except for Nintendo, is trying to play this game. Because the odds are stacked against you. And the game I'm referring to is let's triple down on AAA single player new IP. And let's make that our business model. You're seeing that less and less because that is unbelievably risky. Like that. And if anything, it just highlights how impressive what Sony did was, but also how kind of understandable it is that other publishers are not really going to be able to do this on that, at least very rarely. And I will be honest with you guys in that for as much foresight as I thought I had in years past, I didn't consider this. Like I didn't consider that, damn, maybe it's not that Sony got lucky. It's, well, maybe they did. Maybe there's some luck. I'm sure there's some luck involved, but it's that Sony did something that is not even remotely easily replicated. And it's interesting when we think back to the things that Phil Spencer said. He's lied about things, but I also said that there are things he said that are true. And one of the things he said, and I realized I don't know if he said it word for word this explicitly, but he pretty much conveyed this message, and that is like like when he basically said the line like it's not just as simple as going out and making great games. And I realized like what he was actually trying to say there is we're not able to just decide we're going to make great games. Like it doesn't work like that. And I mean, question marks arise, right? Like question marks like, what do you mean? You have all these resources, you have all these development teams, you have all this money. What do you mean? And I realize that that's because there just is an aspect to this that you can't, it's just not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee, man. Like you can't just say, starting today, we're going to make amazing AAA single player games. You could say that. You could put your money and your resources in that. But there's something else there. A certain ingredient that if it's not present, it's not going to work. And I think they are doing that. To be clear, I think Microsoft is doing that. Like, again, Starfield is that, a big AAA single player game. But I'm just saying, like, Microsoft took this safer approach, which you can't blame them, where they're like, I don't think we could create a game like Starfield. And again, like, not many studios could. Maybe we should just buy it. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, let's be real here, guys. If Microsoft tried to create a game like Starfield, you know what the biggest problem with that would be? The amount of fucking time it would take. Like, maybe they could. Maybe they could build a game like that. But when you have a studio that's been working on this game for like 7+ years already, and you're thinking like, we could really fucking use that, suddenly it all makes sense where it's like, yeah, let's go buy it. And I'm not even saying that Sony wouldn't do that. It's just, I just don't think Sony, I just think Sony and Microsoft operate very, very differently. And more than ever before, I think what I'm just so perplexed by is like, how is the console fanboy war still a thing now? Like, it has to be over now, right? Like, Microsoft drew the fucking line in the sand and they said, we're not doing Sony's, we're not playing their game. We're not fucking doing it. We're buying shit and we're owning it and we're putting that shit in the Game Pass. And that's what we're going to do. And we're just going to, and I'm telling you, guys, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. Microsoft is going to be putting out so many games in the next decade so rapidly that it will not matter if one of their games flops. It's happening right now. It doesn't matter that Redfall flopped. Like, do people realize that? Like, it does not matter that Redfall flopped. Because they got something else right there ready to take its place. That's likely not going to hold. Now, what comes after Starfield? Well, I mean, I'm asking that seriously. I'm actually not sure the next game. Maybe Forza. Okay, Forza. And after Forza, what's their first 2024 game? So Forza's not going to flop. So there you go. You got two games that are not going to flop that make Redfall's flop mean nothing. So then the first game they put on 2024 will be, you're saying Avowed? Is that true? Is that confirmed? Somebody's saying Hellblade 2? Well, let's just say it is Hellblade 2. Let's just say it's Hellblade 2, because I know that's confirmed for 2024. I'm not saying, so Hellblade 2 is not going to flop, but let's just say it underwhelms. Let's say Hellblade 2 is good, but it's like, it's not great. Like, let's say, like, I'm not expecting this because I think Hellblade 2 looks great, but it's just, I'm trying to use an example here. Let's say Hellblade 2 is like at a modest, it's like a modest 7.58 out of 10. Like, people are like, yeah, it's a great game, but it didn't really live up to its full potential. Maybe the gameplay didn't improve enough, whatever. So it's like, oh, okay. I think like the realization is like, well, that's still good. Yeah, maybe I guess Stalker 2 might be the first game. But then let's say, what's another game? Avowed, right? Like Avowed, I think is supposed to come out. Avowed comes out. And then, again, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it's just going to the hypothetical. Let's say in March, Hellblade 2 comes out, and it's just like it's like pretty good. It's like a good game, not like mind blowing, just a good game. And then let's say Avowed comes out in like August, and it fucking flops. Like it's another Redfall. Like somehow Obsidian just totally fucked up, and it's like the game's broken. It's all messed up. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's just a hypothetical. And everybody's like, seemingly, what the fuck? Like, this is bullshit. Dude, Microsoft is going to have another, let's just say it's Fable. Microsoft's going to have Fable ready to go by like October or November. And let's say Fable's fucking incredible. Like, holy shit, yeah, they did it. Then I'm telling you, it won't matter that Avowed flopped. It won't. I mean, Microsoft is going to have output that obviously they will feel the effects if a game flops, but these games, like not every game is Starfield. Not every game is Spider-Man 2, right? Like a lot of the games that Microsoft is going to have coming out, and one of the reasons why they're going to have these games coming out so fast is because they're AA games. And you don't want them to flop, but it's going to create a scenario where the effects that will be felt will be much less severe because the risk is not nearly as high. Whereas with the way Sony does things now, a lot of people say Starfield and Spider-Man 2, they have nothing in common. You know what they do have in common? They both cannot afford to fail. They have that in common. They both have been in development for many years, Starfield longer. They both have had hundreds of millions of dollars put into them. They cannot afford to fail. They are the absolute pinnacle of, in the true definition of AAA games. For as different as they are, they have that in common. But that's the thing. Sony, what's their next game? Does Sony have a game on the scale of... Does Sony have a single-player game that's coming out on the same scale as Hellblade? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. We'll have to see. The only single-player game that I'm aware of that we know about from Sony is another massive AAA game, that being Wolverine. And I can assure you, Wolverine cannot afford to fail. You know? Like, if Wolverine flops, Sony's going to feel that for years to come. It cannot afford to fail. Okay. So beyond that, what else? Well, I don't know. Let's speculate a bit. Sony Bend's new IP. Sony Bend is working on a new AAA IP. Can that afford to fail? No. No, it definitely can't. Because you know what? This new IP from Bend probably isn't coming out till like 2025. So how many years would that be? That'd be 6 years of development. How many millions of dollars? Probably 200 million plus. Probably more than that. Probably like 250 at that point. Can't afford to fail. So I guess the real question I'm trying to ask is, does Sony have AA games in development, AA single-player games? I'm fairly confident in saying the answer to that question is unequivocally no, because Sony even said themselves that their goal going forward is to release 2 major games a year. 2. So basically what that means is Sony cannot afford for any of their games to fail. Because if your output is going to be just 2 games a year from your first-party studios, we're not talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, we're not talking about Helldivers, we're not talking about, Silent Hill 2, we're talking about first-party games from their internal studios. Sony cannot afford to have these games fail. Microsoft, between Game Pass, between the amount of studios they own, and more importantly, the amount of AA games that they have in development, I mean, let me ask you guys this. Let's look at Netflix for a moment here. When Netflix puts out something original and it flops, how significant is that to the Netflix platform or to the other Netflix originals that are in development and coming down the pipeline? How significant is it? Saying it means nothing? I mean, I don't know that it means nothing, but I think we can all agree that it certainly doesn't feel like it means much. It feels like it's just, oh, okay, well, that just flopped, and we're already on to the next one. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just got this kind of feel to it where it's like, and we're stopping here, and it looks like it fell right on its face, and we're moving on to the next one, and here we are, and we're at the next one. That's like the cadence that you get with something like Netflix. And when I think about when Microsoft said, like, we want to be the Netflix of gaming, and you think about how many studios they're going to own, you think about, they're going to have Call of Duty, assuming they stick with it, every year. So, dude, if they stick with the yearly Call of Duty cycle, Microsoft is going to have, get this, a guaranteed quote-unquote banger every year. No matter what else they do. No matter what they do, they'll have at least that. And when I say banger, I'm talking just about, like, you guys know what I mean. So between having Call of Duty, between having a plethora of studios, between having so many of these studios working on AA games that we could just feed the Game Pass every 3 months or so, when I tell you that there is no more war, guys. Like, it's over, and there's no winner. Like, does anybody know that? When I say there's no winner, I mean there's no winner because there's no loser. Microsoft, look, I'm not doing this. I'm not about to say this to incite a console war, because if anything, I'm just trying to make it clear, like, just how there is no more platform war or console war or anything like that going on. Sony won already. Even Phil Spencer said this. And I mean, if he said this, I'm pretty sure it doesn't really matter if what anybody else says. Phil Spencer said we lost the most important console generation there was to lose. You know? And I think, me included, a lot of people were totally caught off guard by the way he spoke. And I realized that if you think about what I'm saying right now, I'm basically just mirroring what Phil said. Because let's be honest, man. We have called Phil Spencer a liar many times in the past, but when Phil Spencer did that interview in May, nobody called him a liar. People called him pathetic. People called him sad. People called him, a loser and all this shit, a defeatist. But he wasn't a liar, because it was like the things he was saying were so unbelievably just candid that it's like, why are you even allowed to say this? But the realization now is that it is true. It is true. And I've said this in the past, but I didn't quite understand when I said this, that it means it's over, dude. Sony won the console war. They did. Against Microsoft. Not Nintendo, but, they weren't competing with Nintendo necessarily. Sony won the console war, the console race against Microsoft, to the point where Microsoft even said, yeah, you won. And I think everybody thought, all the console warriors, all the people who pay attention to the console warriors, everybody thought that when there is a loser, then it's over. Then there's one less competitor. As in, they go away. That's traditionally how these things work. When a competitor loses in a business space and market share, they go away, they disappear. But that is kind of where things get crazy, and you realize just how unique of a position that Microsoft is in, where Microsoft is in a position where they can lose, and they can even admit to losing and say, yeah, we're done here. But then they can pull out their wallet and say, well, we're done over here. And we lost over here, but we're going to build something over here. We're going to fund it. We're going to lose a shit ton of money. Let's be honest. We're going to fucking lose a lot of money. More money than any company in this industry could ever afford to lose. Talking tens of billions of dollars, nearly $100 billion. That's what we're going to invest to create our own thing over here. And you know what? No one's going to be able to do anything about it. Everyone's just going to have to sit back and watch. But what it does truly confirm is that the platform wars are over in the traditional sense, man. As long as Sony doesn't walk up to Microsoft's side and say, okay, we got to start building now too, then it's over. It has been over. And I just think that there's no better example than to once again bring up, look at Starfield, look at Spider-Man 2, and look at Zelda. Everyone's winning in their own way. No one here is losing now. I mean, you could make the argument that Microsoft is losing because they had to spend nearly $100 billion, but they're not losing, because you're talking about $100 billion in the context of trillions of dollars. What is $100 billion in the context of trillions of dollars? It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. As fucking insane as that sounds, it's the truth. Microsoft made sure that they would become bulletproof, if only because they can afford to. So I think that's why it is strange at this time to see that there is still so much butting of heads where it's like, okay, I mean, maybe for like the PlayStation fans, right? Like maybe it's because some PlayStation fans refuse to accept this on the internet, right? I guess that's kind of true. Where it's like, no. Like Sony still like dominated. Like, dude, Sony is it that terminology doesn't. It's meaningless now. Even Sony knows that. Like, it's not about domination. It's like, dude, Sony already won. You know what I mean? Like, how do you dominate a game that you've already won? You don't. You just keep playing it and you keep raking in the money. And let me ask you guys, what is Sony about to do this October? They're about to do that. They're about to win the game again with an exclusive and sell tens of millions. Well, I don't know if it'll be tens of millions, but millions and millions of consoles. Probably have their best holiday ever in terms of units sold, dollars made, and the whole 9 yards. You know, controllers purchased. And they're going to do it at the exact same time that Microsoft is probably having their best holiday ever. We've got more Game Pass subscribers than ever. We made more money off of Starfield than any game ever. Our platform has seen the biggest growth ever. So this is, and Nintendo already won with Zelda, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like, why is it that people are still fighting to a point where it's like there has to be a loser? Someone has to lose. And you got these toxic fucking Xbox fans. These toxic, just like the toxic PlayStation fans, you got these toxic Xbox fans where it's like, you fuckers got what you were begging for. You know? Like, you fuckers got it. You got fucking Starfield. You got Bethesda. You know? You got a Game of the Year contender here. You got Activision, for fuck's sake. What are you going on about? Why are you shit talking Spider-Man? Like, shouldn't you be hyped? Shouldn't you be talking about all these fucking games that you got coming out? And it just reveals, man, it just goes to show that somebody's got to stop here. And I don't know who it's going to, maybe it's not going to stop, but it should. It should. It really should. Like, I'm here to say to all PlayStation fans, like across the board, I'm not speaking for you. I'm trying to speak to you. Lay down your arms. Lay down your fucking arms, man, because it's over. And Microsoft, all Xbox fans, I say the same thing to you, but I don't think they'll fucking listen to me. Okay? Like, all Xbox content creators, please say this to your side of the fan base as well. Like, lay down your arms. It's over. Okay? The console wars, the platform, it's over. They're both going to be fine. They're both going to be fine. And Xbox fans even tried to tell me this. They said, MBG, why are you fear-mongering so much? Why are you so scared of Microsoft buying these publishers? Right? And I was convinced it's because it's going to fucking... Dude, if Microsoft buys all these publishers, if they keep going, it's going to kill Sony. And I realized, like, no, it won't. No, and you know why it won't? And I realized that I think it really did take Sony signing the deal for Call of Duty to make me realize this. It's not going to kill them because, dude, Microsoft has more to gain. They do. Like, there's no reason for Microsoft to do with most of their games, like going forward, like the big games I'm talking about. There's no reason for them to do what they're doing with Starfield. There isn't. Maybe I'm being naive here, and maybe I'll be wrong. And maybe there will be a day where we got to pick up our arms again and go to war, right? But that day's not today, that day's not tomorrow, and it's not anytime soon, because at this point, it seems obvious, like Sony signed the deal, Call of Duty's not going anywhere. We still don't know about future Activision Blizzard games, but, you know, this is just the way it is, man. The industry's consolidating, and it's up to Sony if they feel like, do you want to buy a publisher? Do you need to buy a publisher? No, I don't need Sony to buy a publisher. I really, and that's another thing I realized is like, I don't need, why am I on the PlayStation platform? I'm not on the PlayStation platform because of Call of Duty. I'm not on the PlayStation platform because of Bethesda. I'm on the PlayStation platform because of PlayStation Studios. And I get maybe Sony, that's a concern for Sony. It's like, hey, man, we're really glad you chose to buy a PS5 and buy our game and play it. But are you going to stay here? Are you going to still stay here and spend more money here? And, you know. And then you realize that Sony's making 12 live service games. And there you go. And then the real, boom. There, you see how it all comes together where it's like, oh, so that's why Sony doesn't have to buy a publisher, because they already have a major fucking plan in place to keep people engaged on their platform, regardless of anything else that happens. And how is Sony doing that? They're doing it the best way they could. And the best way, the way that makes the most logical sense for them, it's let's make our own. What are we good at? What is Sony good at? Well, we here at Sony, we think we're pretty good at making video games. Oh, okay. So let's see what kind of video games keep people engaged on a platform or keep people engaged in your business. Live service games. Okay. So maybe we, Sony, you know, the company that's been known to make some really good video games, we should maybe make our own live service games. So that way we can keep people engaged with our business, regardless of who buys who. As long as we have ours, who cares who buys who? And so when I tell you from top to bottom that the war is over, it really is. Sony does not care what Microsoft does. They can't. How could they? They fought. Sony picked up the fucking rifle, bro. And they tried to take their shots. They did. Jim Ryan out there taking his shots, bro. Firing away. Our business will never recover. Shot missed. You took a shot, you've missed. Target wasn't hit. He tried. They tried. They fought because they wanted to see if can we win? No, you can't. You can't win. You can't. You can't stop Microsoft from doing Microsoft things. You can't, Sony. So instead of focusing on stopping Microsoft from doing Microsoft things, Sony, just do Sony things. And that's how it's going to be, man. And we got Chris B coming in. Chris B keeping this membership train alive and thriving today, bringing us up to 85 members by dropping 5 more membership gifts. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chris. Thank you guys so much. And I do apologize. I have a bunch of super chats to read. I had to make sure I could keep this train of thought going because I really think this is an important discussion to have, man. And I get it. Like, not everybody's going to listen. Not everybody's going to stop fighting. I know that. I know. I'm still going to get snarky comments. I'm still going to see the trolls and everything, but I just hope, I know that there are plenty of people listening right now that fully understand what I'm saying and actually fully agree with what I'm saying because they know that this is actually the way it's going right now and probably the way it's going to continue to go. And we got France Vance, he corrected it. Fred Vance, Fred ADHD Vance coming in and contributing today as well. The legends are coming back and he drops another 5 memberships. Fred, he brings us up to 90 memberships. How are we at 90 memberships, guys? Absolutely incredible.
Do not be sorry.
Thank you guys so much. Don't be sorry, guys.
better.
Just be better, right? That's what everybody needs to be. We all need to be better. But really, thank you, Fred. I want to thank all of you guys. 90 memberships. That is a colossal number. That's insane. Let me, all right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring this up to where it's got to go, and I'm going to read these super chats. Again, big shout out to everybody who super chats. Thank you so much for your patience. I know it must be difficult to send a super chat and just see me sitting here going on and on and on, but I am going to get to it. And Omen86 coming in, dude, absolutely clutch today for this community. Omen86 dropping just massive amounts of memberships. He drops another 5 on us, bringing us up to 95 on the day. And then we have Exley 3000 and Hellbound 1981. The legends are converging. They both dropped 5 more memberships. That brings us up to 105 memberships on the day. I got to give you guys another one of these.
Holy shit.
And because we made it to 100, I got to give you one of these.
That is some triple A's greatness.
That really is. And Jay Pierce gets in on this as well. He gets in on the member train and he drops a membership gift as well. Brings us up to 106 membership gifts on the day. I'm going to have to update the membership counter here. And we have France Vance. France Vance, he comes in and he drops another 5 on us, man. Guys, I'm going to say now, because we have a ton of memberships dropping. If you are new here and you haven't yet, make sure you click any of the icons up top and opt in to receive a membership gift for free. We have some very awesome, very generous community members here that are always giving out gifts. We're at 117 memberships on the day. Huge, absolutely huge. Thank you guys so much for that. And we have Jakey Stee. Jakey Stee getting in on this as well. And I feel like, Jakey, I think you've gifted as well before. But coming in here, feeling inspired, wanting to pay it forward, he drops a membership gift of his own. Jay Pierce drops 5 more membership gifts. And then Omen86 coming in, just losing it today, man. Just going all in, dropping another 10. Another 10 memberships. Going absolutely crazy. Thank you, guys. We are at 128 members on the day. Good shit, dude. Love to see it. Thank you guys for keeping the membership train going strong, keeping this community growing. Let me update the member goal and make sure I can get to these super chats. Let me see. I mean, I'm going to have to, I have to put the goal up to 150 because you guys are going nuts. What did I say we were at? We're at 128. Wild, man. I don't know how you guys keep doing it, but you keep doing it. It's because you guys want peace. You're like, yes, this is what we need. We need peace. Everybody's winning. Everybody's doing well. Let's all just enjoy gaming, man. At least I think that's what you guys want, right? I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure there are some people in the chat right now. I know there are some people in the chat who are like, nah, man, peace cannot exist. We must destroy the Microsoft scum. Saying people want to fight, bro. They do. They do. I get it, man. I get why people naturally want to fight, you know? It's kind of like, it's kind of there, you know? It exists in all people to a degree. And Omen86 just can't stop. He drops another membership gift. Omen86 cannot stop today, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
it.
Appreciate that, Omen. All right. I got to get to these super chats. Magnum Gaming says Crossfire Sierra Squad is very arcadey and feels like a 1990s arcade shooter with the guns. It's not even open linear. You just spawn in different sets. Really? Oh, wow. That's really funny. Really quick. Omen86, I think, wanted to round up. He wanted to round up to 130, but Fred Vance comes in. See, now we got each other. We got these guys. They're starting to cut each other off with these memberships. I know Omen86 likes to get to a round number. He wanted to get us to 130, and then Fred Vance comes in, probably accidentally, drops a membership gift, brings us to 131. 131. Thank you, guys. Update that. And now CD Gaming, another legend here. Guys, they're just not letting the membership train stop. CD Gaming comes in and drops another 5 memberships, keeping it going. I know some people are getting a little bit exhausted because they're like, damn, man, how long is this membership train going to go on? I understand, but you guys are just phenomenal. Phenomenal. This community, man, thank you guys. That brings us to 136. 136. I don't know how you guys do it. The support is greatly appreciated, as always, my friends. And Chris B, every time I start to slow down, I'm like, all right, it's calming down now. Chris B comes in and he drops 5 and he's like, nope, we're keeping it going, MBG. Choo-choo, all aboard. Another 5 memberships. Omen86 drops another 5. You guys are just, I mean, it just keeps going, dude. It just keeps going. I literally can't even keep track. You're about to crush the goal already. Fred Vance, another 5, bro. I'm looking at the membership counter. It's where are we at now? I don't even know where we're at. I'm waiting for it to update. Fred Vance, Omen86, CD Gaming, 5 bomb after 5 bomb after 5 bomb. Huge numbers today, guys. Absolutely huge numbers. A lot of new members gifted today. 151, dude. 151. And as I say that, CD Gaming drops another 5. I mean, you just keep it. It keeps going. Where do I even go? You're saying you clipped MBG saying we must destroy the Microsoft scum. No, guys, this is not what you're doing. It wrong. This is the opposite of what we want. Why would we clip? I know you're messing with me, Space Gambler. That is pretty funny. No, I know. But it's just funny because it's like we could have clipped you saying that you just want peace and you want everybody to just enjoy gaming. But we're going to clip you saying we must destroy the Microsoft scum. I love it. That shit's funny, dude. That's just funny. And we got, let's see, after CD Gaming's 5, Omen86 just will not, he refuses to stop today. He drops another. We're at 157. 150. I got to update this now. You guys keep it going, man. By the way, I meant to ask, has there been any lag on the stream today? I'm just going to put it, guys, I'm not saying we're going to get to this. I'm not expecting to, but just for the sake of not having to do this too much, because I know how you guys get, I'm just going to put the goal to 200. I'm not, again, not expecting to get there, but at the rate we're going, I'll be updating it every couple of minutes. So you're saying no lag, it's all good? Good shit, man. I'm glad. I really think we solved the problem with this PC here. So there we go. Thank you guys so much, man. MBG asking about lag because he ordered 30 more gigabytes of RAM. I mean, dude, I have I definitely went overkill with the RAM. Saying, is this a new PC? Yeah. I'm not going to go on about it. I will let you know. I talked about the new PC in my past couple of streams, but yes, I did get a new PC. I think it's a beast PC. I got 64 gigs of RAM, bro. Yeah, 64 gigs of RAM. I think I went a little overkill, but I wanted to make sure the RAM would never be a bottleneck again. Is it a desktop or a laptop? It's a desktop. It's a big one too. So why no 4090? Listen, if I ever get a 4090, I'll upgrade one day. I don't need it. If I ever need a 4090, I'll be able to just buy it and put it into my PC. So it's nice knowing that I can do that. And Omen86 says 200. That's laughable. Damn, bro. Omen86. Crazy. Saying you just got a 4070 Ti. All right, let me see here. I got to get to these super chats. When it comes to Crossfire Sierra Squad, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to hold off on it because I don't want to make a regrettable purchase. So, yeah, I've heard some pretty negative things about it so far. You're saying, but you do need it. You just don't know you do. I mean, maybe. But the thing is if I wait though, that means I'll be able to, let the price drop, right? Well, I guess by that time there'll be an even better graphics card. But yeah, I mean, I'm not in any rush, man. I don't even game on PC. I don't. And I'll be honest with you, like when I game on PC, I'm not going into it being like I need the best. I don't. I just want as close to 4K 60, or you know what? It's okay. 1440p 60. I'm fine with that, man. I don't need everything maxed. I don't. All right. Let me see. I got A2 here. He says, I came across your channel through the slander, and stuck around since you made more sense and are genuine. They're disingenuous. Keep up the work. Thank you, man. See, there you go. I'm glad you said that, A2. I know not everybody is, can share that sentiment, but it's good to know because I've told you, like I know that people come here from that stuff. And I also know, well, I don't know individually who they are. I know there are people that stick around because I see new people come and I'm like, well, maybe they came from YouTube's algorithm. But the thing about streaming is, at least for me, is I notice YouTube's algorithm really doesn't, it doesn't really push out my streams that much. So to see like kind of at random times, a massive influx of people just kind of coming in out of nowhere, you kind of get the sense. So I appreciate you saying that, man. Let me see here. We got Lone Wolf Gamer. He says, MBG, I enjoy visiting your channel. Also, do you plan on trying Starfield on your new PC? Right now, I don't plan to. I will admit, it's a little bit tempting. It's just that I don't have much experience with PC gaming. So, like, the idea of, I could, if I really wanted to just try it, I could just subscribe to Game Pass. I mean, dude, I'm on Windows. Microsoft literally pushes Game Pass on Windows. And they keep, it's funny, they keep notifying me. I shit you not, during some of my streams, I get notifications. Let me see if it's here now. It's probably not here now. No, but on occasion, I get a push notification on my PC from Microsoft saying, redeem your free month of Game Pass now, or something like that. And it just makes me laugh because it's like, wow, everywhere I go. But right now, I don't necessarily have like a plan to do so. I just, a part of me almost just wants to do it to just get people off my back. You know what I mean? To just be like, look, I know you guys think I don't want to play Starfield because it's an Xbox thing. It's not why. So sometimes I feel like if I just play it for a little bit, try it out, and just tell people like I played it and yeah, it was cool, but I just, I'm not into it. What would be funny though is if I tried to play it and it's like, guys, I went to go try Starfield and I can't stop playing. I don't know what's happening. Wouldn't that be the funniest shit? No, I could probably get some enjoyment out of it. Truthfully, saying just do it. Come on, you want to. That's the thing, man. Like what you're talking about there, that idea of like, you want to, how I feel, which game I feel that way about? Not Starfield. I feel that way about Call of Duty, man. I do. Like, I am that guy that's like, man, fuck Call of Duty. Like, why do people keep supporting this game every year? This is the same game and I hate Call of Duty. But then the new Call of Duty comes around and I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this game. And then like the marketing cycle picks up and I'm like, wait, hold on. What's going on over here now? Dude, you know what did it for Modern Warfare 2? I shit you not. I have been begging. Yeah, I am being serious. To be fair, I've been playing Call of Duty since Call of Duty 2. So don't give me any shit for that, okay? I've been playing Call of Duty since Call of Duty, but I'm not an obsessive Call of Duty player. Like what I mean by that is I'm not the kind of person where it's like I buy Call of Duty and that's all I play all year long. Truthfully, every time I buy Call of Duty, I kind of go through that honeymoon cycle that a lot of people go through where it's like, I cave, I buy it, I play the campaign. I usually always enjoy the campaigns. They're the same thing usually, but it's like, you're saying what's the total member count for the channel? I'd have to check that, Omen. Because you know what the thing is, I don't really check the total member count for the channel because it changes every single day. And what I mean by that is every day there are people who got memberships. What? Oh, it's my channel's birthday. Oh shit, it is. I started my channel in August of 2016. Holy shit, this channel's 7 years old? Wow. That's crazy. I totally forgot. Damn, bro. Saying happy birthday. Yeah, I was really confused. I thought YouTube was wishing me a happy birthday. I'm like, it's not my birthday. My birthday's in like a month. You saying your birthday's tomorrow, Shems? Well, happy birthday. It's a little early, but happy birthday, man. Dude, my computer makes this sound sometimes. It sounds like a crow. It just sounds like a crow is sitting next to me. It just makes a specific sound. It's so weird. Still getting used to it. Surprise, MBG, we knew all along. Devil Shoe, you're saying you've been here since about 2017? Damn, dude. So you've been here almost like the whole time. Is there any... I think people might lie. I would ask this question, but I think people are going to lie. I was going to ask, has anybody been here since 2016? No way. There's no way. There's no way anybody's been here since 2016 because when I started my channel in 2016, I started it, I think, at the end of August. So, well, yeah, I mean, it's my channel's birthday. So that would mean you were literally one of my first, like, 50 subscribers. I'm sure there's somebody still subscribed to the channel, though. I don't know if they necessarily come to my streams, but I'm sure there's somebody that's been subscribed for that long. But let me get... So the thing... I just wanted to say the thing about the total member count is that it fluctuates very dramatically. So we've had a moment in time where we were at, I think, like 3,500, like 3,500 members, but a lot of those members were gifted, and it really depends on how many total it's two things: how many total membership gifts we get each month, and how many people re-up their membership each month. And it's actually funny because the reason why we have so many member exclusive emojis, and I actually have to see if there are more that have since been unlocked. The way YouTube does it is every time you hit a new milestone with members, like I don't know what my next milestone is. Like every couple of hundred members, like if you get to 3,500, then like 3,700, then like 3,900 or something like that, they unlock another emoji. At which total member count will MBG take off his hat? Well, that's the thing, man. I've been reserving that for hitting 100,000 subscribers. I would love to be able to be on camera without my hat, because I've just gotten to a point where I still wear a hat frequently, but you know, I do these streams so often, I just wear it because I have to save the reveal. Like, do you know how many I'm not even kidding, do you know how many times I was so close to just booting up my stream with my hat off and at the last second I'm like, shit, I gotta get my hat on? Because it's not a big deal, but it's just the fact that I promised I would save it for a milestone of some kind, you know? I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna try to put the wig on and like shove it into my hat. And so when I go to take my hat off, it's just the hair comes down. It's like, this is it, guys. This is what's been hiding under my hat this whole time. Am I bald? Yeah, I shave my head. So yeah, I'm usually bald. I have an Xbox tattoo on my head. That's why I don't take my hat off. That's funny, man. But yeah, I have a total of 36 emojis. That's a lot, dude. That's a good milestone. So yeah, I wish I could give you a count of what are the total amount of members that I've had at one time. I think so I don't have the number right in front of me, but the most I ever remember seeing at one time, I think it was actually in May, during around the time of the PlayStation Showcase. I think we had a total of like 3,750 members, which is fucking insane, dude. Like, we were actually getting really close to 4,000. And I mean, you could tell, like, that's a lot of members, dude. That's a lot of membership gifting. A lot of people, just becoming members. So let me make sure I didn't miss any. Did I miss something here? I gotta make sure I'm keeping up with this. Where am I? Black JD, you're saying, hi everyone, hoping all is well. Can't wait for September and October. Greatness awaits. Game on MBG community. PlayStation is the future. Well, there are some people that think for some reason PlayStation is going to go away or be greatly diminished. No, I think they'll be fine. They'll be fine. But dude, September and October are going to be insane, especially October. Holy shit. That's going to be insane. You're saying you think if I come back to Team Xbox, I'll shoot up to 200K? Well, there's no doubt that Xbox right now, or at least like talking about Xbox, is the more popular thing to do. No doubt about it. And it's true. If I decided like, oh, I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to start talking about Starfield. I'm going to start talking about Xbox. I would definitely get an increase in viewership. But I don't have any desire to do that because it's just, I'm not doing what I do here just for views. It's really not like I can only do streams like this and I can only talk to you guys and talk to people in general, whether it's through videos or streams, if I'm actually interested in what I'm talking about and doing. Right now, that's just not, that's not at all where I'm at. Omen's like, wait, what? MBG, that's blasphemy. Here at the Church of PlayStation, we will never play Xbox. Clip that too. Saying Roberto Serrano says September 12th, Spider-Man 2 State of Play. I don't think he's considered an insider, man. Dude, I'm telling you now, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if Sony doesn't do anything significant in September. By the way, did we get the Game Informer reveal? So check hold on, what is this? Hold on. I just went to Twitter. Check this out. So lastly, a note on Digital Foundry. You should expect to see relatively prompt coverage of the game by Rich and his team after a separate delivery of a Starfield code was provided to them. However, this was provided alongside instruction to me by Bethesda that no other parts of Eurogamer were granted access. This was an unprecedented request, but one I ultimately felt compelled to honor to ensure the access granted to Digital Foundry was not subsequently impacted by any other mandate. So, okay, there's some drama going on here with Eurogamer and Bethesda. Steven Totillo says it's one thing for Bethesda to block copies of Starfield from outlets like Eurogamer, Axios, and others. It's another to, as described here, give a code to Eurogamer that they specifically say only Eurogamer's partner Digital Foundry can use. God damn, dude. All right, so here we go. Some person on Twitter, Beast of Truth. He says PlayStation fanboys always want to talk trash and harass Xbox fans who just want to enjoy their amazing games. Speaking of boundaries, weren't we told that we'd be able to explore New York City in Sony's Marvel Spider-Man? And then he posts a clip of if you go in the water and you go far enough in Spider-Man, it tells you you're going too far and sends you back. Mighty Keith quote tweets this guy and says, Starfield is presented as an open world space exploration RPG. Spider-Man is a superhero beat 'em up. The boundaries complaint is valid. I'm sure Starfield will still end up great. Stop using these horrible apples to oranges comparisons because they are insane. I don't even know what he's talking about. Are there boundaries? I think I saw something circulating about Starfield about like a boundary or something, but I don't know. Pig Roach says, Keith is wrong. Keith is wrong. Mighty Keith doesn't know what he's talking about. There are boundaries. Is that shocking to people, though? Like, I just assumed for a game this size, like, there has to be some kind of boundary, right? Because I don't, like, you can explore the entirety of a planet. Like, guys, do you know how fucking big a planet is? Why the fuck would you want to explore an entire planet? But I guess maybe it's the idea of, like, but you can explore the entire thing if you want to. I don't know. They said it was open. Yeah, okay. I guess that kind of makes sense why some people would be pissed off. I don't know. I doubt people are going to care that much. Eurogamer and Starfield, why our review will be late. Son of a bitch. Damn it. I was really holding out hope. That Game Informer's reveal today was going to be for Spider-Man. Instead, it's for Assassin's Creed. Damn it. This is so weird. Because, like, Sony has given Game Informer every Spider-Man game. There was a Game Informer cover for Spider-Man 2018 for Miles Morales, and now there's, damn, I guess they could do October. Maybe that would make more sense. All right, let me see. So, really quick, one other thing. What? Eurogamer updated their tweet an hour after the publication of this blog. Eurogamer was provided a Starfield review code by Bethesda. Okay, well, there you go. Damn, man. They straight up called out Bethesda like, yo. They didn't give us a review code. And Bethesda's like, here you go. All right. Let me make sure I get to these super chats. Henry 3K, you're saying, what's good, man? Just wanted to remind you about the VR cover. It really helps. And I love Call of the Mountain. I have the album on repeat. Interesting. Yeah, I probably didn't pay too much attention to the music while I was playing it the first time, but I'm sure it has great music. The soundtrack of the Horizon games are pretty good. And I got to try to keep that in mind, dude. I already forgot about it, the cover for the PSVR 2. I think right now what I'm focused on is getting the charge station for PSVR 2 because that's like, I think that's the priority right now. Michael Lynch, thank you for the $20 super chat, man. You're saying, you are innocent, though. You speak rationally and factually. Anytime you've been hard on Xbox is because they did something to warrant the criticism. Xbox fanboys have to cherry pick and lie to put out bad videos of you. Well, you know what, man? I will say, that's just the thing, man. Maybe I am too hard on myself, but I try to just be fair, even in the I'm not somebody who wants to come out and make it seem like, yeah, I don't get anything wrong. I never miss. Like, no, dude, I'm a human being. Like, I'm just a regular person. Everyone makes mistakes. And the people who make the biggest mistakes, in my opinion, are the ones who try to convince others that they don't. Because it's just like that, you're lying. You're a liar. Everybody fucks up. Everybody has bad takes. Everybody says dumb shit. Everybody makes themselves look foolish at one point or another. It's literally the way we learn. Like, that's how we learn things, right? And that's how we improve. But, I will say, dude, like, does anybody remember how in May I brought up, like, Colt Eastwood's video where he finally decided to, like, call out Microsoft for Redfall, which was weird to see because it was like, something tells me that energy is completely gone now. But he finally, like, dude, he literally said in that video, I mean, you're talking about, like, the hardest core Xbox fanboy. Like, this guy literally probably bleeds green. Okay. I mean, you talk about a guy who was invited out to, like, all these Xbox events and shit and hangs out with these executives. he finally put out this video when Redfall came out where he shit talked it. You know, well, he didn't shit talk, but he was just brutal against it. And he said a lot of the same shit, almost to a T, that I've said, that I was saying. And I gave him a lot of credit because I'm like, holy shit, there you go. They're finally doing it now. Like, they're finally sending Microsoft the message that they should have been sending. Like, instead of defending them constantly, like, they finally did it. Right? And I just think it's kind of funny. That I bet you half these guys that are making all this content now, you know, and I'm not saying Cold Eastwood's one of them. I don't follow him, but I'm just saying, like, it's just, I bet you now they're just pretending like that never happened. That didn't exist. I'm telling you though, man. I am fucking telling you though. And this is true. Like, Michael Lynch, I appreciate it, man. And I think I'm more innocent than people want to make it sound. Because, like, I'm not that fucking bad. I mean, for Christ's sake, people make it sound like I have literally harassed the Xbox community. You know, like, I've made videos, like, you know, calling out people. Like, I don't do any of the shit that people do. I don't know. Maybe I should start. Maybe I should just say fuck it and I should just start doing it. Because I could, man. And it would be great. Like, it would be easy. It would be entertaining. Just go on Twitter, just go on YouTube, comb through shit, take shit out of context, comb through it, make people look stupid, make people sound stupid, laugh at them. I could do it. It'd be the easiest thing in the world to do. But that's just not, I don't want to do that because it's like, what the fuck would be wrong with me? I view people who do that shit as like, you're the pathetic one here, man. Like, you people who do that, I could not do that. Remember the MBG meltdown rant after the disappointing PlayStation showcase, pure gold? Yeah, man, that was a doozy. I'm at a point now though, like, where if PlayStation had another disappointing showcase, I would just be like, well, this is where we are now, guys. And it sucks. Like, that's what it would be. Mullet stream. Yeah, maybe I'll bring the mullet back for the next PlayStation showcase whenever that happens. All right, let's see. So Michael, dude, thank you for the 20. We got a $1 donation from Not Makoto. Appreciate that. And sorry, man, V Game Veteran. I apologize, I missed this earlier. V Game Veteran, longtime member, decided to increase his membership tier to Play Has No Limits. Thank you for doing that, man. I really appreciate that support, and thank you for being a longtime member, dude. It is greatly appreciated. Appreciate that long-term support. And Omen86 again says, it needs to be said, your streams are S tier, highly interactive, informative, honest, personal, and dude, I've never seen you miss a single super chat or member gift shout out. Hit that like for MBG. Thank you so much for that, Omen. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. I see some of the shit that people say, and they throw some shit my way, and I'm like, well, that sucks, but I don't really care because there are a lot of people, you know, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty humble. I'm not saying I'm a very popular streamer. I don't think I am. But there are still a lot of people that, like you're saying here, they show up, they really genuinely enjoy the content. They show actual, like, genuine appreciation for the content. And, you know, these are the people that matter. You know, these are the people that matter to me, where it's like, you know, I see plenty of content creators, plenty of people who have aspirations of doing live streams or having a YouTube channel or whatever it might be. And they struggle, man. And they just can't, it just isn't working for them. So it makes me feel very grateful that I have a core audience here that not only wants to watch my content and hang out with me and discuss these things with me, but actually support me directly as well. It truly does mean a lot. So thank you for the kind words, Omen86. Josh Z saying, what was the turning point where you got completely sold on Final Fantasy VII in terms of loving the game? I mean, just curious. So the thing I was most nervous about with Final Fantasy VII Remake was I was afraid I was going to hate the tone of the game and hate the characters and hate the story. Like I kind of could tell when watching the gameplay and the gameplay that I've seen in the past that the combat looks pretty good. Looks like there's some pretty cool boss battles, but I know like people love the Final Fantasy games for their characters and their stories. And I'm just, you got to understand, like, when I say this, I'm just completely on the outside looking in where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I just don't know that I could really play something like this and not feel like it's just cringe, like it's just making me cringe the whole time. And I was like, what really sold it for me is how I realized, like, actually the interaction between the characters is really good. The music's really good, but just the story beats, the characters, the way everything's being presented. I went in expecting it was going to push me away, and instead I actually found it was sucking me in. And I mean, for anybody who watched those streams where I was reviewing, it was like every week I was giving you an update on my progress in Final Fantasy VII. Anybody who caught those streams, you'll know that like I was finding myself more and more engrossed and surprised and just delighted, frankly, with every aspect of this game. But it really was the story and the characters, and I was fully sold on it once I realized a couple of hours in. I think it was probably by like the 5 or 6 hour mark that I'm like, especially Cloud, like whatever was going on with Cloud, and we still don't have all the answers, and that's why I'm so super excited for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because it's like, yeah, I want to know what happens. I want to know what's next for these characters. I want to, there are clearly things going on with Cloud that I'm just so, I'm just so out of the loop with, and I want some answers. So hopefully that answers the question for you, Josh. Because the gameplay, I figured the whole time was going to be pretty good because it looked good in the gameplay that I watched and the trailers. But the story, I just didn't care about the story at all. Like when I watched the trailers, I'm like, the dialogue, the characters, I'm like, it's probably, corny and whatnot. But no, not at all. Way, way, way better than I anticipated. Like one of the best. So just when MBG thought he was out, they pulled him back in. Yeah. Pig Roach says, "Welcome to gaming." Yeah. Isn't that the truth, Pig Roach? Thank you for the super chat, though, man. Omen86 again, you're saying Starfield can be 10 out of 10, but Xbox players don't buy games. Sales numbers show this. I wonder if they can even achieve return on investment. Money talks. I do agree that Game Pass has certainly conditioned the Microsoft fans to be more hesitant, I think, to buy games or to mainly engage with Game Pass in the sense that I'll play games when they eventually come to Game Pass. But I don't know, man. I'm interested to, like I said this last stream. I'll mention it again real quick here. I'm very interested to know if Microsoft announces sales numbers for Starfield. I don't think they will, but I do have this suspicion that if they do like crazy good numbers, like if they sell a ton of units of this game, they will celebrate it by announcing, like specifically, this is how many units of the game are sold. They could stagger it. Like they could say, this is how many units of the game is sold. And then shortly after that, say, this is how many total players we have. I don't know. But you're right, man. I think that I might be wrong about this. I feel like we're going to find out. But my gut tells me that the majority of people are going to play it on Game Pass. Maybe not, though. That would be kind of crazy, wouldn't it? That'd be kind of crazy. Beef Jerky says, MBG, what bit rate do you stream at? Beef Jerky, I'm curious why you're asking. Tell me why you're asking me this question, and then I'll answer it for you. Like, I'm curious why you're asking. I appreciate all the super chats, Omen, alongside all the gifts, dude. Very, very kind of you, man. Space D, a member for 4 months, says Xbox only needs to match or beat PlayStation's 1 to 2 games per year, and they have the volume, resources, and manpower. You're saying your tab is slow? I keep my bit rate at 10,000. So it's pretty damn high. I keep it pretty high, man. At least for what I'm streaming at. Like 1080, I stream at 1080p 60 and keeping a bit rate at 10K is, I mean, it's not like super high, but it's on the higher end. Saying it's number 1 on Steam right now. Yeah, I'm thinking it's still gonna sell well. And Space D, you're probably, I don't know. I mean, it depends, man. Like the question is, you're saying Xbox only needs to match or beat 1 to 2 good games a year. That's the thing, though, is you're right, but think about those 1 to 2 good games that Sony puts out a year. Like that's not. You're right. They do have the money, they have the manpower, but it's really difficult. You know, like it's still really difficult to achieve that, because you're talking about competing with games like Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, Ghost of Tsushima sequel, you know, maybe a future Uncharted game, a new IP potentially from Sony Santa Monica. Like these are, you know, that's a tall order. You're saying 10K is overkill? You think so? I figured the higher the better, the higher the smoother, because my internet can definitely handle it. MBG don't support the trash Metal Gear HD port. I know. I mean, it's a tough one, man. I want to see Konami do more with Metal Gear, but I am really upset that they're like 1080p. Like, really? 1080p? Like, come on. It's 2023, man. Is anybody else? So, Beef Jerky's saying he's experiencing, like, I don't know if it's lag he's experiencing, but he's experiencing something. Are you guys experiencing anything bad with the stream, or is it running fine? Because on my end, it tells me everything's good. When I used to have lag spikes, it would kind of tell me. So, I don't know, man. Saying no lag or anything. Everyone's saying it's good. See, I got Omen86 again. Dude, thank you for all the chats, bud. You're saying Microsoft acquisitions are done out of a losing position. Desperate move, not power. It's weakness. If they need to make their own games, nothing worthwhile would have come out for another 6 years. You're not wrong. I mean, it sounds harsh, and I know that there are people that are like, no, that's not, like, no. You're 100% correct, though. Like, that's the thing. But that's okay, because, again, like, the position for Microsoft fans for a couple months now has been, but isn't this what you guys wanted? Like, you wanted competition, and, you know, like, this is good for the consumer. Like, this is good for us, right? It's like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Microsoft buying a game like Starfield and giving you access to it in the Game Pass, and buying Activision and taking games like Call of Duty and all these games and putting them in Game Pass. Yeah, okay, you're right. But that doesn't mean it's not done, like you said, from a losing, desperate position. It is. It is. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to say that. It's okay to embrace that, because if it wasn't for Microsoft being in a losing position and being in a desperate position, Game Pass wouldn't even exist. So if somebody's out there and they're like, I love Game Pass, then they should be happy that Sony kicked the shit out of them, because Game Pass wouldn't exist if it wasn't for that. You know, Game Pass wouldn't be getting these games today. Or Microsoft wouldn't have been buying these studios if it wasn't for Game Pass. So it really, as strange as it sounds, like, Microsoft basically has Sony to thank for being able to be put in this position to even come up with this idea in the first place. And I don't know that Sony's kicking themselves in the ass necessarily, but it's just like, you know, Sony just did what any company would have done in that position. So, correct, by Sony beating the crap out of Xbox, we as gamers win. I mean, that's kind of proven true, right? Like, the harder Microsoft got the shit kicked out of them, like, the more money they are, like, willing to drop on these games, and putting games in the Game Pass, and buying these publishers and stuff. So, but it's true, man. It is true nonetheless. Pig Roach, you're saying MBG, no matter what Xbox does, people will find a way to crap on Xbox because the game is not coming to their platform. Yeah, I know. It's the same reason why, people will still shit on Spider-Man 2 as well. And it's like the people who are shitting on Spider-Man 2, you just have to ask yourself this one question. If somebody says, yo, Starfield looks bad, and I think it's stupid. It just looks like a stupid game. Looks bad. The only question you have to ask is, okay, well, how would you feel if it was releasing exclusively on the platform you play on? And if somebody says, oh, I'd feel the same way, maybe it's a little bit hard to believe them, but it's like, okay. But the reality is, for a lot of people, same thing with Spider-Man 2. Like, dude, the amount of people that I've seen specifically, and I know they're Xbox fans because I see their profile pictures and shit, just completely downplaying Spider-Man 2. It's like, please just stop, because you couldn't make it more obvious that if this was exclusive to Xbox, you'd probably have it as your fucking profile picture, bro. Like, I do believe there are people on PlayStation and on Xbox who are not interested in Spider-Man 2. But I also know for a fact that there are plenty of people who are on these platforms. Like, number one, there are probably some people on PlayStation who are only hyping up Spider-Man because it's exclusive, not because they actually like Spider-Man. And the second is that there are definitely people on the Xbox platform that are only shitting on it because it's not coming to their platform and not exclusive to their platform. And this is the stuff that I think people need to stop. I do. Because it's like, it's just not, it just doesn't make sense. That's all. Like, that's my whole thing about it. Like, if a platform holder releases what seems to be a bad game and you want to basically shit on them for it. Like, if Spider-Man 2 is bad, Sony will deserve to be shit on. Okay? Like, that's the thing. If Spider-Man 2 comes out and it's a broken mess and it's just totally underwhelming and it looks like it got downgraded like by 10 times, I don't think any of this is going to happen. I'm just saying, if it's like a bad game, we got to shit on Sony for that. Be like, Sony, what the actual fuck are you doing? But this is where I'm seeing people online where they're taking a blurry screenshot of Spider-Man in I guess it was in the middle of the new story trailer, where he's standing there and he's kind of far away from the camera, so it has to be zoomed in, so it makes it look blurry and more pixelated. And then they're comparing it to the shot from I think it was a CG trailer that we got in 2021 of Spider-Man standing there. And there's some people that they're trying to be like, oh my God, they downgraded it. Oh, it's happening all over again. It's like, oh my God, this is where people just need to fucking stop. Like, like saying like, go touch grass, go outside. Like, you really need to, because this is nothing. Like, this is a literal nothing burger. You're just trying to start shit. The game looks fine. It looks fine, And people do the same thing for games like Starfield. Don't get me wrong. They do the same thing. But it's just like, God, man, like, people need to actually just, if you're going to criticize something, please try to make it a valid criticism. So, like, with the whole, and actually, now I did come across something I forgot about. I came across this, I forget who it was. I see him come up sometimes on my feed on Twitter. His video was actually taken down. He showed the gameplay clip, the leaked gameplay clip of Starfield, where there's like a barrier, or like not a barrier, like somebody running across a planet and they hit an invisible wall. And I read what this guy said, and he wasn't a fanboy. I checked his profile. I think he's like a Red Dead fan or something. I checked his profile, and he was just like basically saying how it's a little strange that, Todd Howard and the marketing around Starfield has heavily implied that you can just go anywhere in the planet. Like, you can explore the entirety of a planet. And they never mentioned anything about hitting any kind of boundary or there being a boundary, like a very clear invisible wall boundary. And he was getting attacked by people. It's like, you're just trying to shit on the fucking game, man. You're just trying to hate on it. Like, no. No one's shitting on anything. Like, what this man just said is perfectly fucking rational. In fact, the people who were going ballistic on this guy, you're the fucking irrational one. You're the fanboy. Because it's a valid question. Like, he didn't say the game. He even said, and this is what I'm saying, the lunacy, man. The absolute mental illness, where he even said in his fucking tweet that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal and people are still going to love the game and it's still going to be a great game. So I'm like, this guy's being totally fucking reasonable, totally rational, totally fair, and he's still getting attacked. And so it's like, people need to fucking just sit down, man. Like, they need to sit the fuck down. Like, if you're a super mega fan, just shut up about it, because either just ignore shit like this. Like, if you don't, like, no one's saying you need to care about the invisible wall. Okay? Like, if your whole thing is, well, I don't give a fuck, I'm going to love the shit out of this game. It's going to be my game of the generation. Okay, good for you, man. But I'm sure there's a bunch of people who actually want to have a conversation being like, what's going on here? We would like to know about this. It's almost like they're saying, like, this should be hidden. We shouldn't know about this. Like, what's wrong with knowing about it? Like, for example, if there's something with Spider-Man 2, you know, that, like, I'm not being told that might be pretty important to the gameplay, where it's like, well, actually, you know, if there's stuff like that, it's just like, I would want to know, man. I would. Not to hate on it, not so I could shit on it, or just because it's like, the more you know, the better. People want to know what they're walking into. And this is what pisses me off. Where it's like, why is it that these radical fans and these fanboys, they just, I don't know, man. What is this? Shadow Gamer, are you in the chat right now? Shadow Gamer 24? Shadow Gamer 24, if you're in the chat right now, raise your hand. But you know what? Hold on, really quick. I also just want to say, if you're the type of person that is taking this footage of Starfield and, oh, there's invisible walls, and you're like, I'm now going to fucking shit on this game, you're not helping anything. If anything, you're just making PlayStation fans look dumb. You know? Like, be reasonable about it. Be fair. You're saying, no, you don't think he's here. I'm asking because, well, he sent me something in an email, and there's no text attached to it. And I'm not sure if he wants me to do something with it. So I need to, that's why I wanted to see what's going on. I'll hold on to it for now. Till maybe I'll get back to him after this. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. So I'll leave it there. I'll just leave it be for now. But yeah, I don't know. And this is why, yeah, I know you're saying you're tethered to the ship. When you get far away, you have to move it to continue so you can explore. Okay. So like, technically you can explore the whole planet, but there's a little caveat there. It's like, but you have to be within a certain vicinity of your ship, and if not, you got to move it. So it's fine. I'm just saying, like, it's fine for people to want to know this stuff. And I understand that there are going to be people who try to paint it as like they're hiding it, and there's actually garbage game where you can't even explore the whole planet. But it's like, I don't know. This is where it's like, Bethesda, I think, would be wise to just explain this. Like, because it's not bad. Like, what you just explained, like, that's not a bad thing to me. It's a little bit immersion breaking, but it's like, it's fine. You're saying it's a caveat and they did hide it. Yeah, and that's the only question is, I wonder, like, I guess that's where kind of the fact that they didn't just flat out say, like, oh, well, if you want to explore the whole planet, you got to, like, bring your ship. I get how maybe that sounds bad, but it's like, dude, it's better than it leaking, because if it leaks with no context, again, this is what people like to do. They take stuff out of context and then they will just shit on it. And that's the thing is it's unfortunate that people are treating Starfield like it's going to be a flawless game. And it's like, it's not. Like, there's no such thing. There will be flaws with this game and it'll be totally fine. You know? Like, people need to stop speaking about any video game like this game is perfect. Like the Homelander, like, perfect, absolutely perfect. There's no such thing. Every game has a flaw. Every game has more than one flaw. And I think it's totally fine if I honestly, this is where I wish publishers, including Sony, would be more willing not to admit flaws. Like, don't talk about it like it's a flaw. Just talk about it. Just say what it is. Just tell people what it is, how it works exactly. Don't hide anything. Don't, I just, to me, it's never a good idea to do that. Because people are going to find out. You know what I mean? People are going to find out. Oh, man, I'm really behind here. Or wait, no, I'm not. New Soul 9. Thank you for the super chats, bud. You're saying MBG. The other aspect I actually wanted to add on that time when Phil said the quote of how he wants to make great games. If people actually think saying making a great game is an ignorant take. Hold on, let me read this again. Let me try again. You're saying MBG, another aspect I actually wanted to add is on that time when Phil said that quote of quote, great games, end quote. If people actually think saying quote, make great, end quote, this is tough to read, man. I'm trying to understand. I'm not New Soul 9. I think this is like the first time I'm like really actually having trouble fully understanding. Let me read the second one. Maybe it'll help me understand. You're saying that would be the same equivalent of me saying make great movies, cars, etc. I'm sitting and saying, yeah, no shit. You're not adding anything new to the conversation to help me get there. Okay. All right. I'm glad I read the second part. That helps it make more sense. So, yeah, so basically what you're saying is it is overtly obvious. It's just in everybody's face, including Phil Spencer, that you need to make great games. But you're just pointing out that, like, people just saying, like, you need to go make great games, it gets to a point where it's no longer helpful because you're just, like, obvious. It's like saying the sky is blue, right? Like, there's no need for it to be said. There's no need for it to be pointed out, unless you're going to find a way to, to help contribute to that in some way, outside of just saying you need to make great games. So I get what you're saying, New Soul 9. And it's funny because, yeah, I mean, it could be taken in that way where it's like, oh, just go make great games. Like, oh, why didn't I think of that? like I guess maybe that's kind of where Phil Spencer was coming from also, to a degree, where he's like, yeah, I would have never guessed that that's what we had to do. I'm glad this came to light. So New Soul 9, yeah, it's a tough situation, and we're at a point now where it's like, well, it turns out you don't just have to make great games, you can buy great games that are made as well. And that's a very viable tactic. Why not? Go for it. Flat Earth theorists are going to be pissed with Starfield, bro. That is funny. Yeah, I guess they will. They're probably not even going to buy it, man, or play it. Josh Z with another 10. Thank you, man. You're saying the world was once a single giant landmass before it broke apart, drifting off in different directions as the continents we know today. The gaming industry is doing the same thing. It's a great way to put it. You're right in that, and basically the analogy here is what was it called? Pangea? Is that what it was called? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm right. I don't know. But yeah, the analogy here is you're talking like a business model, right? Like the gaming industry operated under one singular business model, which kept everything tethered together. Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, and Atari, Sega. Just it was the same, you know, where it's like there's a way to do this and this is the way, and we all do it that way. Some of us do it better than others, and whoever does it better proceeds forward, or at least is in first place. And this idea of like, you know, the continents separating, breaking apart, established as their own separate thing, that is what we're seeing now with Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft. And it is actually a pretty good analogy because yeah, Nintendo is not at all doing the same thing that Sony's doing. Sony is not at all doing the same thing that Nintendo's doing. There are some similarities, of course, but you know, the core of it is very different, certainly. And same thing with Microsoft. You know, the truth is, Sony is, you know, they are kind of in the in between, right? Like Sony is kind of in this position where they have, yeah, they have big popular exclusive games and they do well, but they're not as popular as Nintendo's games. And by that I mean they don't sell the same as Nintendo's games. They don't maybe move as many hardware units off a single game that Nintendo can. Nintendo is about a hybrid handheld, you know, where you can play it handheld, you can play it at home. Sony is clearly not that. Sony is 100% with the PS5 dedicated home console, premium experience, right? More expensive experience. Microsoft isn't either of those things. Microsoft is Game Pass, subscription service. We want to be everywhere. We would even like to be on PlayStation if they would let us, right? Or Nintendo. And we are about volume. We are about quantity. And we are about trying to also possibly put quality there as well if we can. But they're not about selling games. They're not about selling consoles. But yet they are all seemingly doing okay or well. That's what it seems like to me. So Josh, I really appreciate the super chats, man. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm hydrating today. A lot of times I go way too long in these streams without drinking enough water. Still got some coffee left. All right, let's see. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to completely change my title and thumbnail for this stream. Like I'm just gonna have to completely change it because my 3 topics haven't even touched on any of them. Not a single one. But I think that's okay because I'll be honest, man. Like I was kind of worried. Like I don't know if I'm gonna have enough to say about these topics, but I will try to cover them a little bit. Right? I want to at least talk about the Astro game because that's what I'm most excited about. Omen86, you're saying, oh, there we go. You're saying the Astrobot thumbnail triggered me to be here. Yeah, the reason why I have Astro in the thumbnail is because Sony actually renewed the trademark for Astrobot. Now, this shouldn't be surprising, but for those who don't know, Team Asobi, PlayStation first-party studio, they made Astro's Playroom. They've been working on a new AAA, I think, adventure game, as it's called. I think that's what they called it, for a couple years now. And it's obvious they're making another Astro game. And my prediction with this, and this would be awesome to see, is they're going to make a AAA Astrobot game that is a proper $70 like full-blown exclusive for PS5, but is completely compatible. Like there's like I don't even want to call it a hybrid. I guess we could call it a hybrid game. Similar to something like Resident Evil Village or GT7, but more of Resident Evil Village, where it's like if you choose to play this game in VR2, it's not just like half-assed. I mean, it's full-blown, like customized to do things that you can only do in PSVR2. You know what I'm saying? Like just how playing Resident Evil Village is a completely different, it's the same game, but a completely different experience in VR2. I think we're going to get that with a new Astrobot game. But the fact that they renewed it is just good in general because it means that it's Astrobot's not going anywhere. I think at this point in time, Astrobot is, I don't want to say the only PlayStation mascot, but one of Sony's, like one of the biggest PlayStation mascots, you know? I think it has a ton of potential to really be that kind of like more universal mascot where Kratos to a lot of people is PlayStation's mascot, but I think there's a lot of people that feel like they can't, you know, Kratos is just not necessarily the most appealing to like kids or, you know, different demographics of people. I think Kratos appeals to a lot of people, but I think Astrobot is a more universally appealing mascot. And I can't wait, man. I would love to see a new Astro game from Sony. And I was fully expecting, I'll be honest with you guys, at the last PlayStation showcase, I really thought we're going to see the new Astro game revealed by Sony and Team Asobi. And they never did. And I was like, wow. But they're still hard at work on the game. And it's going to be fun to see it announced because this is what Sony needs. Like, they need this diversity where I know we're going to get a Ghost of Tsushima sequel, and I know it's going to be amazing, and we know we're going to get something from Naughty Dog that's really, well, you would assume, really mature, really heavy, but we need to mix it up, and I think Astro is the perfect, you know, it is the perfect type of game for Sony to come out and be like, hey, you know why people go to Nintendo? They go to play classic platformers, really superb platformers that Nintendo is known for. And can Sony make, maybe Sony doesn't have to go all in with them like Nintendo does, but can they make one that can compete? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. If you played, dude, if you played Astro's Playroom, like it really is a very competent, I'd say like an S tier platformer. It really is. It's really fun, so well done. And the idea that Team Asobi could take it even further and do even more. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I'm ready. So I'm glad that that's what brought you in, though, because I feel bad that I hardly talked about it this entire stream. Oh, man. My muscles, my muscles are stiff. MBG didn't want to spend $100 on PlayStation Pasta. Yeah, I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Astro also had the best use of the DualSense features. Yeah, it absolutely did. For sure. Yeah, that was another. And that's the thing is if we do get another Astro game, you know we're going to do that. Or they're going to do that. They're going to go all in with the DualSense. Saying if you thought Astro's Playroom was good, Astrobot Rescue Mission blows that away. Really? Really? Damn, dude. Sony, bring it forward, man. Remaster Astro's Playroom, Astrobot Rescue Mission. I would buy that for PSVR too. And Omen again, man, you're saying the best way to play Metal Gear Solid 1 is on Sega Dreamcast by using a Bleemcast disc. It's the original PS1 disc, but the Bleemcast software polishes the graphics. That's even better than the HD version. Really? I never knew that, man. Yeah, I think some people are questioning how Metal Gear Solid 1 specifically is going to look and how it's going to run. Because, I mean, it's a rough-looking game, like the PS1 version. I'm curious, too. I don't know, man. Like, Metal Gear Solid 1 is truly a classic game that it's special. But I have to admit that I don't necessarily feel like eager to go back and play it just because I know like out of all the Metal Gear games, like, well, not counting the Metal Gear Solid games, not counting the original Metal Gear titles, of course. You know, it doesn't. It's the toughest to go back and play, you know, because it's just the gameplay, it doesn't hold up as well. I feel like MGS2 there were some major gameplay improvements, and especially with 3 that make it easier to play. But yeah, man, it'll be interesting. I don't know, man. I want to support the Metal Gear Solid HD collection or this collection of games they're putting out because I do want to send the message to Konami. Like, I want more Metal Gear. I want to support what you guys are doing here. But at the same time, it's like 1080p. Come on, man. And yeah, there's trophies as well. There's that too. But yeah, I want to get a volume 2. I do. I want to get a volume 2, and I want to make sure that I send them. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, if we do get a volume 2, we can expect 4K, right? Like MGS4, maybe not Peace Walker, but MGS4, MGS5, that'll be 4K, right? It's got to be. It's got to be. Also, you know what I'm really curious about? If Konami releases the Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2 next year, their servers for Metal Gear Online 3 shipped with Metal Gear Solid 5. Those servers are still on. So we could see Metal Gear Online 3 kind of be completely revived. Unless they do some annoying ass shit where they're like, yeah, we're shutting down the servers. And now we're going to release the... They shouldn't do that because I think Konami is hoping they can make a little bit of extra money. Because they have microtransactions in Metal Gear Online 3. And if you get more people playing it, you bring people in, maybe they'll buy a couple microtransactions. So, am I sure about that? Yeah. Yeah, dude. The Metal Gear Online 3 servers are still up. Unless they quietly turn them off. But I have to imagine, at least on PlayStation, I have to imagine there's still some people playing it. So, I would play it, dude. Hell yeah. I gotta be honest, like, I am looking forward to this collection, but I'm knowing that Konami's going to remake these games starting with MGS3. I'm more excited for the second collection because we're going to get MGS4, which has been many years since I played that game. One of my favorites of all time. My all-time favorites, I mean. And I do want to I want to play MGS5 again, but I really do want to see let's get some let's get some Metal Gear Online action going. It's been too long. Just knowing that there actually be people playing it would be cool. All right, let me see. By the way, for those wondering with my title here, PlayStation 5 is now tracking ahead of PS4. Since we're late into the stream, I'll just let you guys know what that's about. So, Circana, formerly known as NPD, they have officially confirmed that the PlayStation 5 in the US is tracking 5% ahead of the PlayStation 4 when it's time aligned. That's a big deal. I mean, it's not a huge number, but just the fact that we are now beginning to see the PS5 getting ahead of the PS4. The PS4 was incredibly successful, one of the most successful console generations ever. It bodes really well for the PS5, and it'll be fascinating to see if that number increases going forward. The other thing I wanted to mention, actually, I want to bring this up really quick because I forgot. Where is it? So, gaming subscriptions have plateaued, apparently. Give me 1 second to bring. I don't know why I clicked out of it. Here we go. All right, so PS Plus and Game Pass spending has stalled in the US. Data and analytics from Circana has revealed that PS Plus and Xbox Game Pass spending has plateaued in the US following a period of growth. This follows a Circana report in June that found players opting to buy new full-priced games rather than spending money on subscriptions. It was recently reported that Sony has stopped sharing PS Plus subscriber numbers on its financial reports. The company did not address the report, and it's unlikely to, but its most recent financial presentation was missing subscriber numbers. According to Circana via Games Industry, Subscription spending has stalled due to a combination of factors, including fatigue, less disposable income due to rising costs of living, slow adoption of cloud gaming, and a strong slate of new premium releases. 2023 has already seen a number of hit games, and the fall season is packed with the highly anticipated games, including Marvel Spider-Man. In a separate report, games industry revealed that indie publishers like Tiny Build and Devolver have taken a hit due to weaker subscription deals with Sony and Microsoft. Goodbody analyst Patrick O'Donnell said that checks coming from Sony and Microsoft are just not as big as they were, indicating that the companies may be reining in their own spending on subscriptions. So, pretty interesting, man. Pretty interesting data there. And Shadow Gamer 24, there you are, man. With the super chat, he says, I've been subscribed since your Crackdown videos. I just want to thank you for being real and genuine. I have a key for Horizon VR, but I think I lost it, so I just sent a gift card for you to get it. Yeah, dude, I really, really appreciate that, man. That's why I was trying to figure out what that, like, if that was a mistake or something, or what's going on there. Like, I just got an email from you, and I asked for you in the chat. But I really, really appreciate that, man, because I'm looking forward to the game, and I want to report back to you guys. So I'm gonna go for it, dude. I'm gonna go for it. That's a very kind thing for you to do. So I'll be sure that's where it gets put towards, man, because yeah, I said it earlier, but I turned on my PlayStation multiple times and be like, oh, maybe I'll play some more Horizon. And I'm like, oh fuck, wait, I don't have the game yet. So that's a very nice thing for you to donate to me, man. I appreciate it. And thank you for being a long-time subscriber, dude. I was talking about that earlier. I was wondering, like, how long people have been here. You're saying you've been here since the Crackdown 3 days. So that's, yeah, you've been here for quite some time, man. So sincerely, thank you for the support, Shadow Gamer. And I'll be sure to report back to you guys when I get more playtime with this game. And Omen86 again, just Omen going absolutely nuts today, bro. Saying my point was that the ancient Sega Dreamcast console was a technical marvel. God, I love that machine, even though it ran on Windows CE. Yeah, it's funny to me. I see people expressing their love for the Dreamcast a lot. I see it all the time. And it's funny because I never actually had a Dreamcast. I think my cousin had a Dreamcast for a little while, and he brought it over. And what was the name of this game? I don't know the name of it, but I remember playing it with him all the time. And it was like a samurai game, I think, or I don't know if it was like a fighting game. The memory is very vague, but I remember that he brought that over, and out of all the games we played, we were like addicted to playing that together. And I think it was couch co-op. But yeah, man, people absolutely love. Excuse me, they absolutely love the. I don't think it was Soul Calibur, man. Shenmue. I don't think it was Shenmue either. I don't know. I would have to ask him, because that's the thing. My memory's so vague with it. But I really, really enjoyed it, man. It was a good time. But I never ended up getting a Dreamcast. Never ended up getting a Dreamcast. You saying you still own your Dreamcast and the games? That's impressive, dude. Mocking X. Let me see. If I get a visual. No, I'm looking at this game. I'm looking at the screenshots of this game. This definitely isn't it. You said Soul Calibur, Dreamcast. I don't think it was that. No, it wasn't Soul Calibur. Power Stone? I'll check. Let me see. Power Stone, Dreamcast. Shit, is this it? I don't know. Ooh, I think this might be it. Yeah, I think this might be the one. I think it's Power Stone, bro. Because I'm looking at the levels. This almost looks, it's giving me like Smash Bros vibes. Is that kind of what it's supposed to be? Kind of like it's like a Smash Bros clone. Because I'm looking at some of these map layouts, and I remember we were like in the sky on like some kind of ship or something. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's funny, dude. Saying there were a lot of Smash Bros clones. Yeah, I enjoyed that game. You're saying Smash Bros is a Power Stone clone. Nice. Yeah, it's so funny to me to see so much love for the Dreamcast, because it's one of those consoles where it's like I did have some experience with it, but very minimal. All right, let's see here. What is this? Okay, so I'm over on Twitter. Synth Potato says, take this with a grain of salt. People with early Starfield copies are now claiming that you can only land 4 times on a planet before the game says that it'll have to delete previous generated tiles for a new one. And the tiles are all entirely disconnected from each other. Even if you choose landing spots that are next to each other, you won't be able to cross between them or see any related landmarks. You also cannot see major cities from an outside tile. If this is true, then actual full planet exploration at any seamless level doesn't exist in Starfield. And somebody replies to him, bro, stop hating on Starfield. It's literally cringe. He replies by saying, it's not hate. I'm just reporting game mechanics, bro. Not my fault if you take them negatively. Thank you. Jesus, man, shut these fuckers up. Stop hating on it. Like, no one's like, what about what I just fucking read is hate? He's just reporting on a fucking rumor regarding the game that may or may not be true. God damn, these people are starting to look like fucking morons out here, bro. Like, it's just like, what the hell? If anything, that dude should be thanking him. Like, thanks for reporting on this. That's, again, if that's true, if it's true, pretty important to know. So we'll see. This person says, I spoke to an Italian who is reviewing the game for a very large website. I can only tell you that the macro zones are truly huge and all these controversies are useless. I hope. Well, we'll see, man. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really even that never sold me on this game. I get why people would be frustrated. You know what I mean? Like, I get why people would be like, damn, man, I can't explore everything seamlessly. Like, to me, that's like, I don't know why anybody would want to do. Like, why would I want to explore thousands of planets seamlessly? Like, what do I look like? My time is limited here. But I don't know. Don't talk about my Starfield like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. People say the same dumb shit for Spider-Man. Oh, and you know what? I also wanted to say this too when it comes to Spider-Man 2. A lot of people who are having this conversation about like the what's it called? The different suits, like the suit that was shown in the story trailer and how it has like white lines on it, and people are saying, damn, that looks bad. They should go back to the black lines. I think I think a lot of people are completely unaware. Insomniac confirmed there will be suit variants. So like variations of one suit. You'll have different color variations. I think so many people don't know that about Spider-Man 2, but that was explicitly confirmed by Insomniac a while ago. So I think that what we might be seeing in this trailer is maybe a potential color variant of some kind, where he has white lines instead of black lines. Maybe not. If not, there's a bit of there's a lack of cohesion here. But I just think that that's funny that's been confirmed by Insomniac and everybody's kind of fighting over it. It's like, guys, I feel like it's probably just a suit variant, a color variant. I mean, not a suit variant, a color variant of the suits, which is new because we don't have that in Spider-Man. I don't think we do. I don't remember having that in Miles Morales, and certainly not Spider-Man 2018. All right, let's go see. I'm just gonna hang out now for a little bit. Let's go see what is trending, shall we? Let's go see what conversations are being had on the internet. So Spider-Man 2 is here for me, but what else? What else? Metacritic is trending. Let's see why Metacritic's trending. Metro says that they did not get a Starfield review copy. Oh man. Isn't Metro famous for just always like rating games poorly? That's funny. Oh my god, dude. Some of the shit that I'm seeing So I'm looking at the footage right now of the Starfield leak, and it's like, dude, you know what I don't understand? See, this is how I know I would never play this game, man. And I'm not even saying that, like, I'm not saying that as like hate. Like, I would never play this game. Like, I'm looking at this. This guy's running across a desert planet, and it's sped up, and I'm at like the 5-minute mark, and literally all I've seen is sand and rocks. That is all I've seen. He's just running through sand and rocks. I mean, goddamn, why would he's going quite a distance here? But it's like this is the only thing that's there. There's nothing else. See, this is why I don't understand, man. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe it's going to be like that for a lot of planets. You're saying like Death Stranding? Well, no, I mean, because here's the thing. This guy is just straight running. I mean, he's not doing anything. He's just running. I was running. I mean, maybe that's the idea is there's many other things he can be doing in this land space here. I don't know. You can build shit, right? You can resource the planet. Yeah, I guess that's maybe what you would be doing in this scenario. Because everybody's so focused on the fucking, like, I don't know. It's just funny to me because, like, everyone's like, the wall. There's an invisible wall. I'm like, bro, I'm a little concerned. Like, why is there nothing on this planet? What are you supposed to do? Running backwards. I don't know. I guess maybe that's it. You're supposed to resource the planet. Farm. Well, the reviews are going to be coming out soon, and I'm somewhat interested. I'm interested to see where it lands. No pun intended. On Metacritic, because I want to hear what people have to say, like the pros and the cons. Some ponies went from Starfield will flop, it'll be a yellow 53 on Metacritic, to Starfield will not be a 90. This game is giving them nightmares. LOL. They're saying it has to be a 90 plus, while at the same time they praise their low 80s 6-hour games. Oh my god. Are people fucking real? Are these real people? These can't be real people. They have to be bots. And I don't mean like X bots. I mean literal bots, right? Like these are not real fucking takes, right? Oh man, I feel like I gotta be careful how much this shit I read because I feel like I'm actively losing brain cells. Omen 86. Omen 86 comes in, drops another membership, bringing us to 159. Saying you guys have never played a Bethesda game, and it shows. I've played Bethesda games. If you're talking about Bethesda RPGs, I mean, you're almost right. I played a little bit. I played some Skyrim, and I fucking hated it. But that's just me. No Man's Sky got a 70-ish on Metacritic because it was empty. Starfield takes empty to new levels. PS3 levels of pop-in. Boundaries reached in under 10 minutes. No tutorial, unfinished. Okay. Here's a shocker. Goodbye Volcano High. You guys remember that game? Goodbye Volcano High. 87 on Metacritic. Holy shit, who saw that coming? Goodbye Volcano High. And we got a couple memberships here. We got, let's see, Whiskey Gaming. Whiskey Gaming showing up out of nowhere, dropping a membership gift. And then Shems coming in out of nowhere, dropping a membership gift. And then Hellbound 1981 following it up with a membership gift as well. 162 member gifts on the day. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for keeping the membership train going, even after all this time. I really sincerely appreciate the support, guys. No, yeah, I wasn't kidding about that, Ms. Biz. Assuming this, you know what? Let me double check this. Because that's a random tweet. Let me get Metacritic Goodbye Volcano High. Oh, that was bullshit. Sorry. Why would somebody put a tweet like that? What the fuck is the point of a tweet like that? This person put out fake review scores for Goodbye Volcano High, and I believed it. God damn it. Goodbye Volcano High does not have any review scores yet, so I apologize if I got anybody overly excited. I apologize. Oliver, you're saying shout out to MBG for keeping the content flowing despite its dry AF out there regarding PlayStation news. Can't wait for the hype and streams when we get PS news. Yeah, I mean, I know you're thanking me, man, but I have to thank this community, and you should be thanking this community because honestly, without your support, I simply would not be able to keep the content flowing and doing these streams the way I do. And yeah, don't get me wrong, it's not exciting out here right now. Like the thing I get most excited about when doing these streams lately is you guys coming to the stream, chatting with you, never knowing which direction we're going to go in. If it wasn't for that, oh, it would be tough out here because it's true, man. There is just no, it's Xbox's time right now. It's Starfield's time. There's just really not much going on for PlayStation. I think that's going to change in the coming weeks. I think it has to for Sony because they have, their biggest game of the year launching. But yeah, I appreciate it. I'm very much looking forward to these streams as well when Sony starts picking up a little bit and making some waves of their own. Hopefully that's what they'll be doing. Let me see. See, this is what I mean too. Like, there's a user here. Holy shit, what is wrong with people? There is a user here whose name is 30 FPS equals Starfield equals fail, and his fucking profile picture is the Xbox Game Pass logo, but it says rent games. Why, man? Like, why? Why is this the... Okay. Like, that guy is more focused on shitting on Xbox than enjoying PlayStation games. Why? Well, you do rent games. I mean, I get that, but it's like, bro, come on, man. Come on. And I got another super chat here from Josh, and he says, I stoked the flame here, but I'm 4 years younger than you, and I grew up with the console wars between me and my bro, and it was fun. Now it's just crazy, people. Yeah, that's what's weird, man, is it has gotten kind of crazy. I have a theory. I think the reason why it's gotten more insane is because it's becoming more difficult for the console war, this console warrior stuff to exist. I feel like before it was kind of more logical. I mean, it was always nonsensical, right? Like you said, just kind of have some fun with it. It's kind of like this unwritten rule of like we all know it's just usually in jest, but it it has become something different. And I've noticed that, man. Like I've noticed there are people who are clearly like not really gamers, or at least they're not really that into video games, but they are they're now like diving headfirst into this and partaking in it where it's like, well, this is weird, you know? Something about today's climate makes people crazy. Yeah, it's true, man. It's true. Like things are just getting crazier and crazier. All right, let's go. Let me see. I'm going to look this up. This person says Horizon Forbidden West fly seamlessly all over the land. Starfield press X to land. No seamless flying on any planet. Okay. Okay. I guess we're comparing Starfield to Horizon now. Omen86 saying, I recently played Resident Evil Code Veronica X on PS5, which is a backward compatible PS4 version, which is a PS2 port, which is a port of the OG Dreamcast version. Dreamcast version looks best. Yeah. Was that a Dreamcast exclusive for a little bit? Or is that because you're saying it's all being ported from the Dreamcast version? If I feel like that was exclusive, wasn't it? Could be wrong. Could be misremembering. It was okay. I thought so. I mean, it makes sense, It makes sense why it would be the best looking version. A lot of people want a Resident Evil Code Veronica X remake. That would be interesting, dude. And you followed up by saying, guess what? The best version of Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver is also playable on Dreamcast. Omen86, I'm beginning to think you're a Dreamcast fanboy. I think that's what you're revealing that here today. I think some people are like, oh, MBG only has PlayStation fanboys on the channel. No, I think we got a full-blown Dreamcast fanboy here. Nah, man, it kind of makes me wish I would have you're saying who wasn't. Yeah, I know, right? I guess I wasn't, but that's just because I just was out of the loop. It does make me kind of wish I had spent more time with with the Dreamcast at some point. Resident Evil Code Veronica X. I don't think I've ever actually fully completed that game. I remember playing it and getting really annoyed with it at one point. Omen86, man. Thank you for all the super chats today, bro. Thank you for all the support. Very, very kind of you. Very generous, man. Let me see here. Special Nick says that he has heard a port of Astrobot Rescue Mission is coming to PSVR 2. Holy shit. Didn't I just say like 20 minutes ago that Sony needs to bring this game to PSVR 2? Hell yeah, dude. Let me see. I think he said this on Twitter. So he quote tweeted Gamatsu where Sony Interactive Entertainment filed a trademark for Astro Bot. And he says, not sure if it's related, but I've heard they're doing a PSVR 2 port of Astro. I mean, they should, right? While we wait for the next proper game. I would buy that 100%. Hell yeah. Now I'm excited. I don't want to get too excited, but now I'm excited. I wonder why Sony, if that's true though, I wonder why they haven't announced it yet. Because I feel like that shouldn't take too long, right? Or maybe it would take a little bit long to fully and take advantage of all the DualSense features and whatnot, or the Could you play Astro Bot Rescue Mission with a controller in VR1? Or did you have to use the Move controllers? That's what I'm wondering. Lone Wolf Gamer says, MBG, I'm actually surprised you're still on. PS Gaming News has been pretty slow lately. Yeah, I know, man. So, I'm sure many of you guys have noticed, like, I haven't been uploading videos lately. And it's honestly because, like, I've gotten so used to the type of videos I make being news videos. And the truth is, man, like, I've had to save whatever little news there is to talk about for the streams. And there's been it's just like the news has been so underwhelming. It's just been hard to justify like making dedicated videos on them. So what I'm hoping, I was thinking about doing a video series. And you guys tell me what you think of this. I was thinking about doing a dedicated video series basically called like PlayStation Studio Status or something like that, where I slowly go through, like, I make a dedicated video for each PlayStation Studio, kind of going somewhat in depth as to like what their last project was and what they're working on next. Um, I feel like it would be a fun series to do because this is kind of what we're all waiting for, right? Like, we're waiting for Sony to reveal this stuff, but there's actually more that's been revealed through job listings. Like, we know more than we think. We just haven't seen it yet. And that, I think, would make for maybe an interesting. You're saying in alphabetical order. I don't know about that. That would mess things up a little bit. But I'm thinking about doing something like that. Because I feel like it's a little bit different, might be more widely appealing. Omen86 still dropping donations here, man, with another super chat. A large one saying, I fell in the PlayStation trap. I wanted a Dreamcast so bad, but decided to wait for the PS2 because of the DVD player. Damn, that infamous DVD player got you. I helped Sega's console die. In retrospect, the Dreamcast was superior. History failed us all. God damn. Omen86 revealing some clearly some things that have been living inside of him, eating at his psyche. The guilt. He contributed to the death of the Dreamcast in the name of PlayStation. Maybe it's not so bad though, as my voice just horrifically cracked right there. Maybe it's not so bad. Damn, this is how you know I've been talking too long. My voice is starting to crack. But that is funny, dude. That's funny. It's not so bad though, right? Like, let me ask you, do you think if it was reversed, if the Dreamcast survived and became like the best-selling console, do you think I don't know, Sega, right? Do you think Sega would have been able to produce games as good as PlayStation in the future? I mean, do you think maybe you did the right thing? I don't know. Sorry, man. I'm sorry you're living with this guilt. You're saying it died because of piracy, you think? Omen, you say yes. You think so? Really? Interesting. Very interesting. How do we view Sega as a publisher today, man? Do we view them as like a really big publisher? Like a top tier publisher? If you had to grade Sega as a publisher, S, A, B, C, D, what would you grade them? I legitimately don't know. I had to ask you guys. Saying B or C. You're saying Sega's a C, unfortunately. Interesting. MBG, I asked earlier, but I didn't catch your answer. Do you plan on playing Starfield on your new PC? Right now, I don't plan to, no. Like, the temptation, when I say, I don't want to call it temptation because that makes it sound like it's, oh, yeah, I want to, but I'm holding back. No, it's not temptation. It's like just knowing that the option is there where it's like I can just easily subscribe to Game Pass, hook up a controller, or, use mouse and keyboard. I probably hook up a controller. Wait, would I be able to hold on, would I be able to play Starfield with a DualSense? Would that be a possibility? Is that a thing I can do? Because I think I have Xbox controllers, but they're somewhere. I would have to go looking for them. I can't. Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of funny to me. That's pretty funny. Damn, I should just play it with my DualSense and be like, see, guys? See? PlayStation players can still play Starfield. That is really funny to me, actually. That is really funny. Like, that's funny to think that I could just hook my PC up to my TV, get Starfield through Game Pass, and then hook my DualSense up. I'm basically playing it on I mean, I know I'm not technically playing on PlayStation, but it's basically the same thing as playing it on PlayStation to a degree. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. But to answer your question, like, I don't plan on doing that. I know people really don't. Some people don't believe me. I know a lot of you do, though. People are kind of behaving in this way right now where it's like, there's something wrong with you if you ain't playing Starfield. Like, there's something wrong with you. Like, if you're not playing Starfield, you're just a fanboy. Like, what about people who, yeah. Oh, really quick. Yeah, I'm going to get clips saying that really quick. Starfield is a Microsoft exclusive. Okay, so the only way I, as a PlayStation fan, can play it is by playing it on PC. So if you clip me saying that it's basically a PlayStation game, that's not what I meant. The closest I could get to simulating that experience is putting a DualSense on my PC. Okay? So there you go. There you go. Too late. Ah, fuck. They did it again. Wait, I see some people saying I can't hook up my DualSense. Let me see. I'll just look it up. Can you play Starfield with a DualSense? If you're a subscriber to Game Pass Ultimate and plan on picking up the PlayStation Portal, what? It's quite cool to think that you'll be able to play Bethesda's upcoming sci-fi RPG on Sony's new shiny toy while taking advantage. What? Okay, that didn't. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Yes, 100%. You can use it. I've been using a PS5 controller with my PC and Steam for the last year, and I haven't had any issues. Huh. You're saying they're talking about the Portal using Android OS. Okay. Only on Steam. Oh, okay. So I would have to buy it. Okay. Yeah, that's where the confusion was. Yeah, sometimes I was kind of mixing up Game Pass and Steam together, not realizing they're two separate things. Stranko, you're saying Bethesda's blocking some reviewers before release. Yeah, they are to a degree. At least with Metro. I don't know who else. I don't know, man. I think it's obvious what they're doing. Right? I think it's obvious what they're doing. They are trying to prevent certain outlets, I guess, that would, that would be pretty convinced that they believe, or they're pretty convinced would just kind of be inclined to give them a lower score. I could be wrong. I don't know. You got to wonder. You got to wonder why they're doing it with some, I don't know why they're not giving it to Metro, but you can't blame them. You're saying some reviewers are very biased. Yeah, but that's how it goes, man, right? Like, there are going to be review outlets that have the word Xbox in their website name, you know, and they're going to get review codes and they're going to be the ones that's like, this is a 10 out of 10. Yep. And it happens with PlayStation too, man. You know, their PlayStation website. I think PlayStation websites should not get review codes. Like, I think PlayStation YouTubers, I think Xbox YouTubers, I think PlayStation websites, I think Xbox websites should all be excluded from exclusive review codes because, like, what the fuck are you expecting? There is an inherent bias there. Like, I would never, like, I should never get a review code from Sony because it's like, why would you give me a review code? You know, like, there is a bias. I'm not saying, I mean, I would be honest with my review, of course, but there's a bias here. Like, I'm covering PlayStation, you know? I bet you, I bet you Cold Eastwood has a review code for Starfield, though. Maybe not. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. McShawn Williams, yo, MBG, have you checked out the Nicki Minaj DLC? Bro, I saw it on my dashboard, man. I saw it on my dashboard, or not the dashboard, but the home screen on the PS5. You're saying he does have a review code? Of course he does. Of course he does. Jez Corden has a review code. Well, that's what I'm saying, where it's like there is an inherent bias here, and it's like, I think the only way you get out of that is if you're going to give review codes to, like, your biggest supporters and fans, like, you have to give them to everybody. Because if you don't, you are literally picking and choosing. And that the problem with that, in my opinion, is you are tainting the review process, because the review process is supposed to be helpful and informative to people. So if you're giving review codes, and same with Sony, right? Like, if you're giving review codes to your biggest fans and websites with the, you know, your brand's name in it, you got to be willing to give them to the people who, you know, don't have that, right? And it's tough though, because I kind of understand why the publishers get annoyed, because we've seen this with Sony too, right? Where, like, what's that one website? There's like this one website that Sony would always give review codes to, and they give high review scores to everything that has Xbox in the name. If it's a PlayStation game, they purposely give it a low review score. Yeah, Survivor. It's like shit like that I get. You know, it's like these guys are basically trolling, and, you know, it's understandable why. And, you know, Sony would be like, we're not, like, you guys are clearly trying to give us bad reviews, like, consistently, you know, while giving our main competitor good reviews consistently. It's not fair. It's just not, it's not right. And so I get that, but I don't know. I need a list of outlets. Like, Eurogamer, they did get a review code. Like, they said, it's kind of weird though. Kind of weird, because Eurogamer came out and they said that we did get a review code, but it was only for Digital Foundry, and not, like, it was explicitly, like, they made it clear that Bethesda told them, this is not for you, Eurogamer. This is only for Digital Foundry. And it was only until Eurogamer was like, yeah, we didn't get a code because we were only, like, they told us to just give it to Digital Foundry, so we can't review it. Only after that did they get a review code from Bethesda. And, like, that kind of shit is like, really? Like, come on. I don't know, though. I don't go to Eurogamer for reviews. I don't, like, is Eurogamer biased? I don't know. I don't know. Omen86 saying he's still going with Dreamcast. He says, Sega's first-party support in Dreamcast era puts even PlayStation to shame. But my love for Jim Ryan helps me forgive Sony for what they did to Sega. They framed... I almost said they framed Jim Ryan. The framed picture of Jim is still a beacon of light. Will you kiss that picture of Jim Ryan every night before you go to bed, Omen86? He will forgive you. He has forgiven you. He has embraced you. He has accepted you. Where's Gaming Survivor? A Gaming Survivor somewhere there, the House of Ryantology. Is that what we call it? The House of Ryantology, bro. Oh, I love it. That shit is funny. I got to get a framed picture of Jim Ryan at some point. See, I haven't crossed this line yet because I'm afraid that if I ever get like a picture of Jim Ryan, because there are people that they try so hard to make fun of me. It's like it's just no one will ever take anything I say seriously again, ever. You know, maybe they don't already, but that's good shit, dude. Thank you, Omen. Thank you for another super chat. Very much appreciate it, man. And Angry Whale Watcher says, I'm so happy to see pixel art RPGs are still alive and kicking. Octopath Traveler 2 and Sea of Stars looks gorgeous. Yeah, I saw that Sea of Stars was getting really, really, really good reviews. Don't know if it's a game I'm gonna pick up, but yeah, man, it's good to see the diversity is thriving. You know, it's alive and it's thriving, it's doing well. You love to see it, man. You absolutely love to see it. Pig Roach says, excuse me, saying, look at what they said about Xbox during the trial. Who, Eurogamer? Oh, okay. So I'm assuming they said not so great things, and I guess maybe that is why. Hmm. Yeah, I guess that would do it. So I'm seeing a tweet from Paris. He says Spider-Man 2 limited edition PS5 bundle just arrived. Full unboxing pictures coming soon. Thank you, PlayStation, for sending this over. Sony's goofy, bro. Sony is fucking goofy sometimes with the shit they do. And it's no offense to Paris. Like, it's no offense to him, but it's like, Sony, you may, like, what, just, come on, go send Jez Corden a limited edition Spider-Man PS5 bundle too. Like, come on, go ahead. Go send Ryan McCaffrey one too. Shit's goofy, bro. Like, what are they doing? I don't know. Maybe Sony has like this idea, like we'll win them we'll win them back from the inside. We'll treat them special, treat them real nice, like. Yeah, I don't know, man. It is what it is. Saying salt. Damn it, Sony, where's my PS5 bundle? Where's my Spider-Man 2 PS5 bundle? I'm the biggest PlayStation fan here. What are you doing? Now, honestly, like, it would be sick to get a PS5 Spider-Man bundle, but I wouldn't fucking know what to do with it. Like, I already got 2 PS5s. I wouldn't, I guess I'd have to, I don't know, find somebody to give it to or something. I don't know. Do it a giveaway, I guess. But that's funny to me, man. Like, it is funny. It is just kind of funny to me that, like, Sony doesn't do, like, they're not doing a whole lot of marketing right now for Spider-Man. And like, it's just ironic that the first, like, piece of marketing I see for the Spider-Man PS5 bundle is a man who he's on an Xbox podcast, bro. Like, come on. Like, really, Sony? You pick a guy that is on a literal Xbox podcast. It's like, you can't make this shit up, dude. Out of all the people you could have sent it to. But hey, man, Sony's they gotta find a way, man. They're like, we gotta get these Xbox dudes to pick up Spider-Man. All right, let me see here. See, this is why it's fun to just scroll through Twitter sometimes. All right, let me see. Is there? I don't know. Nothing else is showing up now. I think I've extracted everything I could from Twitter today. Maybe later on more shit'll show up. It's all like algorithmic. I don't know. I've clicked on so many of these posts. You would think that it would show me more posts similar to it, but not really. I just get the most random shit. X needs to fix their algorithm, man. Apparently, PlayStation will be present at Tokyo Game Show 2023, which happens on September 21st. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, let me see. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the way I knew about this tweet from Paris is Insomniac Games retweeted it, bro. Insomniac Games retweeted a content creator who does an Xbox podcast showing off their Spider-Man 2 PS5 bundle. No, but you know what the thing is though? Hold on. Did he probably hold on. Was he Hold on, guys. I think I need to correct something here. I don't think, was he given that? No, he was given this. Yeah, my bad. I was like curious, like, wait, are these bundles? Are people getting them already? I was very confused for him. I was like, hold on, did he just buy this and it arrived? No, but he had to specifically thank PlayStation, so because I thought they released on September 1st. It makes me wonder if anybody is getting them early. I mean, it's 29th, so who knows? Maybe some people will get them early. Omen86, again, you're saying it's okay to be a Jim Ryan fan. Admit it. Give into it. Be proud of it. Own it. Ryantology is the only way. He'll push PlayStation to new heights. I mean, listen, man. Jim Ryan has said some dumb, questionable stuff, but he's also said some great stuff. Like this.
Enough from me.
Right?
We're going to have the games do our talking.
But he also said that they have some good stuff cooking. So let's see, Jim. Come on, Jimmy, bring it out. What do you got cooking? What do you got cooking, Jim? I love it. Thank you, Omen. And we got ePrince. He says, Xbox guys having a hard time getting it up. Jesus. The best part about this super chat is that's ePrince's first time super chatting, and that's what he says. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been worse, ePrince. But still pretty brutal, man. Still pretty brutal. Let them cook. Yeah, let Jim Ryan cook, man. He says he's got some good stuff cooking. Let him cook. We'll see what he's got. All right, let me see here. Let me see. Where are we at? There was something I wanted to say earlier because people were asking me, like, you know, do you play Call of Duty, or like, you know, and that's the thing is, like, I was telling you guys earlier that Call of Duty is kind of like a weakness a little bit for me. Not every year, but sometimes it does get to me. And I was going to tell you, like, do you know what made me cave last year for Modern Warfare 2? Because I wasn't a big fan of Call of Duty 2019 with the Modern Warfare reboot. I really wasn't a big fan. I was okay. The campaign was pretty sick, but I just wasn't into it. And I was pretty sure that, like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to play Modern Warfare 2. You know what did it last year? When they were like, yeah, we're bringing back third-person mode. I was like, no fucking way. I've been begging Activision and every Call of Duty studio for over a decade, like, please bring back third-person mode. They brought Modern Warfare 2, 2009. They had a third-person mode. And I was like, this is incredible. Like, Call of Duty's gunplay in third person. I was like, they need to make a dedicated third-person Call of Duty because this is just too good. And for some reason, they never did another third-person mode ever again. They never did it. I was like, you guys did such a good job. And then in MW2 remake from last year, they actually brought it back. And I was like, I played the beta and I was like, dude, I'm going to cave. Like, I've been wanting to experience Call of Duty in third person because I like third person better than first in all games. And I was like, I've been wanting to experience Call of Duty in third person for over a decade now, and they finally did it. And yeah, dude, I mean, I don't really play it that much anymore, but on occasion I do boot up a couple rounds and play some third person, and it's really good. They should do like a dedicated third person Call of Duty. They should. Because, you know, when we talk about like we've been wanting like SOCOM, Sony to bring back SOCOM. SOCOM is a third-person tactical shooter. I mean, if you play, granted, they don't really have search and destroy in third person, but if you play Call of Duty in third person and search and destroy, it's basically SOCOM. Not entirely, but it's close enough. Phil is making third person over the shoulder Call of Duty just for MBG. Oh, I'd be all over that, dude. I'd be all over that. So you're saying you got MW2? I thought you never got it. No, I did. I caved at some point. I don't think I bought it at launch, but it was when I played the demo. It was it's not the demo, the beta it's beta. It's basically demo. And I played it and they had the third person. And you know what it was? When they first put out the beta and you played it, it was like third person, but when you aim down sights, it went to first person. And that really bothered me because I'm like, dude, this is so close to being perfect. And after I played the beta, I think I was like, it was really fun, but I want third person aiming, like I don't want to go into first person when I aim. So I was really like, okay, I think I'm just going to pass on it. It's awesome they brought back third person, but they didn't bring it back in the way that I wanted. And in the weeks leading up, I don't think I don't think I found out until like a week or two after launch. They were like, by the way, we did add that. Like we're changing it where you can aim in third person and not switch to first person. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, okay, well, I didn't think you guys were going to be doing that. So yeah, it's just unfortunate because it's like, the Call of Duty campaigns are pretty good, but they're pretty short. And honestly, I don't know. I like the Black Ops campaigns a lot better than the Modern Warfare ones, frankly. The MW campaigns are pretty good. The classic ones, COD 4, MW2 and 3, they were pretty good. But the Black Ops campaigns, in my opinion, are just way better. I really like those characters more, like Frank Woods and whatnot. And yeah, I'm interested with this Call of Duty this year. Like, are you guys bringing back third person? Because if you do, I might get it. Like, I'm really enticed by the zombies. Like they're bringing back zombies. They're making it kind of like open world, and you like drop in with like other teams of players. I'm like, this sounds kind of interesting. I'm like, what they're doing with zombies. I've always been a fan of zombies. It's kind of interesting, and I've always been a pretty big Call of Duty fan. I don't know. Over the years, I realized there's like this kind of cycle with Call of Duty, and this is how they get you. And I think Call of Duty players can attest to this. There are two different types of Call of Duty players. There are the hardcore, dedicated Call of Duty players that play it all year long. And then there are the Call of Duty players that get really excited for the new launch. They play it for like 2 months, and then they basically fall off of it. They go through the honeymoon phase. And for many, many years, I have basically been that, but not with every game. Like, for example, I remember, God, what was that Call of Duty game? It was like a disaster for them. It was the space. I don't know if they were in space. Infinite Warfare. Is that what they called it? I was like, dude, what the? I was like, what is this, bro? Like this, but they got me. And you know how they got me? They're like, oh, by the way, here's Call of Duty 4 Remastered. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I was like, God, just again, every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in, dude. Black Ops Cold War was actually really good. That was a really good Call of Duty game. The Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 4, games like that, even Black Ops 3, I was like, And then they had World War II. World War II is kind of cool because it's like, oh, it's cool to go back to World War II, but then you play it and you're like, oh, now I know why we went away from this because it's World War. Like, we've been here a million times. So I don't know. You're saying Infinite is great compared to the last 4 games, my friend. Really? You think so? Saying Black Ops 3 was one of the best ones. Yeah, the thing about Black Ops 3 that was weird is they were like, we're gonna do they went with the hero shooter type thing. And I wasn't a big fan of that. But they did it pretty well. So I don't know. I have a long history with Call of Duty, and that's why, like, truthfully, I am genuinely, sincerely very interested to see what changes with Call of Duty. See, I get cynical towards Call of Duty, even as somebody who's been a fan in the past and even still plays now occasionally. I'm very cynical towards it because it's like, it is, I can say as somebody who still enjoys some rounds of Call of Duty, it is rinse and repeat. It is. But they know how to do it, man. Like, if there's one thing I got to give Activision credit for is they know how to keep people like coming back. And it's interesting because I feel like with Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War and now Modern Warfare 1, 2, and now 3, I mean, they are really, like, I'll be honest with you, man. Again, it's like you're hooking me here. You're hooking me in. Every Modern Warfare 2 map remade, that is like music to my ears because I'm like, dude, these modern day Call of Duty maps fucking suck. I don't know what happened to map designers, but they don't know what they're doing anymore. They suck. And it's honestly, there have been many times where I'm like, I just can't fucking play this game because there's doors and shit everywhere and these maps, there's like a million choke points. It just pissed me off. And so this time they're like, hey, don't worry. You don't have to worry about the map sucking because we're just gonna take all these classic nostalgic maps. There's no original. Like at first I really was like, damn, you guys are lazy as fuck for not making any new maps. But then I was like, wait, hold on a second. Actually, this might be an amazing thing because those maps were incredible. And every map you guys make now suck ass. So it's like, it's so funny how something that at first makes me feel like, oh, you guys are just fucking lazy. This is DLC. But then I'm like, what is that lazy DLC that I actually want to play? It's funny, man. It makes me laugh. But you're saying Treyarch will remake Black Ops 1 and 2 maps again? Oh my God, they will. I know, dude. It's unfortunate. So that's one of the things I liked about Black Ops Cold War is that Treyarch actually did a pretty good job making original maps. Like they still kind of had it in them. And I liked some of their remake maps as well, but yeah, it's funny, man, because like even talking about Call of Duty and my history with it, I can kind of understand why everybody is like, yeah, I don't think a Call of Duty competitor can emerge anytime soon because it is true, man. Call of Duty has not only has Call of Duty conditioned, and I can attest this, they've conditioned their players to just be used to, you're going to get a new game every year. It's going to be full price. But they also had this severely potent nostalgic factor that they, again, this is why I'm saying their marketing teams are so psychological, dude. They know how to weaponize nostalgia. And a lot of companies do this, but Activision, it does it in a very specific way that I'm like, dude, I will tell you, like when I heard, oh, you're doing MW3, no fucking thanks. Not even a little bit interested. You can keep it. I'm good. And they're like, okay, but you know, we are remaking all 16 MW2 maps from the 2009 hit Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And it's like, all right, well, that's just because you're fucking lazy and you don't know what you're doing. They're like, and we are bringing zombies. And I'm like, well, I do like zombies, but what are you doing? You're probably going to do something stupid with zombies, right? And you're like, well, actually, we're going to make it open world. You're going to be able to, you know, team up with multiple groups of people. You know, you can extract. It'll be a pretty good time. And I'm like, oh, fuck you. You're saying don't fall for it. Saying, please, it's just the maps. It won't feel the same as MW2. You're probably right. It probably won't feel the same. MBG loves remakes. Stop the cap. Dude, I do love me some remakes, man. I do love me some remakes. I can't lie. I can't lie, dude. But no, it's just, that's the thing. In this case with Call of Duty, it's like I said, man, it's like when you get so bad at making new maps to play on that I yearn for the classic maps and all you have to do is remake them. It's like, yeah, it's like what somebody said. It's like create problems and then solve those problems and make people cheer you on for it. And it's like, it's so real, man. It's so real. So I don't know. It is what it is. Maybe Call of Duty is like my kryptonite or something. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I really, truly am interested to see what... I really am truly interested to see what Microsoft does when they own Call of Duty, because they could do anything with it, man. Good and bad, you know? And I've been, like I said, I've been playing Call of Duty since COD 2, and it's just something that's tried and true. It's always there. It never goes away. And I do feel tired of it, but I also feel like the nostalgia for it. So it'll be interesting to see if Microsoft decides we're just gonna stay doing what Activision's been doing, or if they're gonna actually try to shake it up and change it up and do something very different with the Call of Duty IP, because they will own that IP and they could do whatever they want with it. Yeah, and X Defiant's coming out. I worry, man, because at first I was like, maybe X Defiant does stand a chance, but now I'm seeing the Call of Duty marketing cycle begin, and I'm like, oh, they're about to launch this game in the middle of the Call of Duty marketing cycle, and I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think that's a good idea. I feel like they missed their window. I feel like they did. I feel like the way you capture the Call of Duty players is you gotta release your Call of Duty competitor in like June or July, when it's right before the new Call of Duty announcement and the fans or the players are tired. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh, we've been playing this game for almost a year. It's so boring now. And then boom, give them something new, give them something fresh right here, right now. Don't have to wait for the next Call of Duty. And I don't know, man. I think they may have missed that window. Saying Concord, MBG, Concord. Yeah, it's true. Concord is Sony's first-person shooter. Let's see how it stacks up, man. Let's see how it stacks up. Rashdom V2 saying, don't understand why PlayStation fanboys can't acknowledge Starfield as looking like a solid game for Xbox. If launched correctly, it deserves a W for competition's sake. And you are also saying here, and thank you for the super chat, you're saying, also hate the narrative of Starfield is good. If Starfield is good, Microsoft had no hand in it, but Redfall was bad. It was all Microsoft's fault by that logic. PlayStation doesn't deserve credit for Returnal. Yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from, Rashdom, and that's where we do have to, for the sake of consistency and clarity, just stand on one side or the other. You know, where it's like, if you're not going to give credit to Microsoft if Starfield is good, then you have to, there's a lot of games you're not going to be able to give Sony credit for. Or you have to be on the other side and you have to just be willing to give the credit and say, okay, like, there are a couple caveats, of course. There are maybe a couple of technicalities, but generally speaking, it's just, this is this platform's game, or at least this game is only on this platform, and the publisher, whether it's Sony or Microsoft, is attached to it. And I agree. I don't know why so many PlayStation diehard fanboys are just so loath to, like, at the very least, if no one's saying you have to give Microsoft credit, no one's saying you have to like Starfield, but what also needs to be said is you also don't have to talk or acknowledge Starfield. You know, like, if you really think it's going to be, it's one thing if a PlayStation fan says, I think Starfield's going to be a bad game. And that's fine. Like, you can say that, and a lot of people will probably disagree, and there's really no harm in saying that, right? Like, if you're a PlayStation player and you are not interested in Starfield and you put the opinion out there that I just think it's going to be a bad game, and that's all you say, it's like, I don't think anybody's going to condemn you for that. Some people might. They might say, well, you're kind of a fanboy or whatever, but it's not like that egregious. But that's not what a lot of people do, or at least these vocal people do. Like, it's not that Starfield's going to be a bad game. It's that, oh my God, Starfield is fucking going to be garbage and they're hiding shit and this game is going to be a fucking mess. And it's like, come on, man. Like, there's really no evidence. If anything, there have been so many leaks with Starfield, based off of what I can tell, that the evidence is mounting that, yes, this is going to be a solid game. I've seen multiple leaks claiming that this is the least buggy game that Bethesda's ever released. And it's like, that's kind of a big deal, you know? And Microsoft probably did help with that. You know, Microsoft delayed it and gave them their time to iron out the bugs, and they probably helped iron out those bugs. So it's like, it's not a big deal. Like, I just don't understand. Like, either give credit where it's due or just move on. Like, you don't, that's what I don't get. Like, you don't have to engage with Xbox or the platform. And I don't know, people just want to keep, and they do it with PlayStation as well, man. You know this. Like, there's fanboys on both sides, and they do it where it's like, On one side, it's like, fuck Spider-Man 2, fuck Starfield. It's like, well, how about instead of saying fuck either of these games, like, if you want one of these games, go say I love Starfield. Go say I love Spider-Man. Or say you want to play both. Or play neither. Fuck. You know? Saying, whoa, MBG, the chat is not going to like what you're saying. Actually, it's quite the opposite, man. From what I could tell. Like, this is why I really love my audience, because they are willing to be here for the crazy rants and those unhinged moments that happen from time to time. But they're also willing to be here when there are no rants. And instead, we're going to be logical. We're going to be reasonable. We're going to just try to be fair about everything we're talking about and assessing. And they're supportive of that. Like, I know for a fact there are people who are going to view the stream that are like, dude, I think Starfield looks not good at all. And I don't care about this game at all. And that's fine, you know? And the only thing that I think we should be in agreement on is like, okay, well then, you know, we could just leave it at that. I don't think there's anybody here that, at least I would hope not. And if you are, I would try to discourage this. Like, I don't think there's anybody here that feels the need to be like, yo, Shitfield is going to be a flaming turd. You know, it's like, well, fuck, man. Like, why? Why has it got to be all that? You know, like it is just, are you sure about that? I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. Like, if somebody said that about Spider-Man 2, like, would you agree with that? And if the answer is no, I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think Spider-Man 2 is going to be a turd, right? And a flop. Like, okay, well, why wouldn't you agree? I bet you that some of the reasons you give about why you think Spider-Man 2 looks good probably could apply to Starfield in some sense. So that's all. I just want to encourage people to just stop and think about what exactly you're saying, your intent, and what you're trying to communicate. Because, look, man, if the reviews for Starfield come out and it's like in the low 70s or something, then we'll have a conversation about what the fuck went wrong. Because this is unacceptable for this game. Like, flat out. Like, everybody would agree with that. Like, what went wrong here? Because something clearly went very wrong. But that doesn't seem to be how this game is tracking. Like, a lot of people were thinking that way again about Redfall, where they're like, shit, man, Redfall looks like it's going to be a fucking disaster. And it was. Like, that shit crashed and burned in slow motion. And everybody saw. But this is the opposite. Like, this is tracking like it looks. A lot of people are thinking like this game's going to be in the, when it comes to the review scores, in the 90s and the above, but it's going to be earned. Like, it's going to be because it's actually that good, you know? So Fred Vance says both games will have things people enjoy and dislike, and there will be disagreements, of course. And that's the whole thing, is I don't think there's any problem with disagreements. I think actually the disagreements make for some very interesting conversations and back and forth. I think where the problem lies is that these disagreements turn into drivel. You know, they turn into just brain dead, mindless, low IQ nonsense where it's like you guys are just looking to try to, you know, like get one over on each other. And this has nothing to do about actually talking about the different qualities of the games, you know? So we'll see, man. We'll see. I think I'll say this. Right now there are people who do believe that Bethesda is hiding something. Like, they're being very nefarious here, where they are hiding something, and that's why they're being strict with certain review policies and they're flagging content, and they're really strict with the leaks. If they're hiding, like, I don't believe they're hiding something, because if they are, like, it's going to be revealed. You know what I mean? And I never understood that theory where it's like, and we have seen, I mean, I hate to say it, and I don't think Starfield's going to be anything like, I don't think Starfield's going to be anything like the launch of Cyberpunk, but Cyberpunk is a prime example of how, like, a publisher can completely deceive you and win. You know what I mean? Like, they can get exactly what they want, and after just straight up fucking lying to your face, and being deceptive. And I think that, so there is a valid concern there where it's like, well, we don't want to see that happen again. But at the same time, there is enough stuff leaking out for Starfield that it's like, this isn't that. Like, it's not. I'm not saying there couldn't be a couple small things here and there that are revealed, but it's not that. So I think it'll be fine, man. I think it'll be fine. I think people just need to fucking relax. I think at the end of the day, that's it. Like, just relax, man. Like, just enjoy video games, and it's. I feel like if you're gonna contribute to the conversation, just think about if you're actually contributing anything meaningful, or if you're just, again, stoking the flames. But that people get off on that, man. They do. People love to stoke the flame. My Metacritic prediction for Starfield, I'm thinking a 90. I think a solid 92. 92 or 93. Maybe a 93. I think I'm going to settle on a 93. I think Starfield's going to land at a 93. That's my prediction. You're saying between 78 and 88? I mean, dude, I'll be real with you right now. If this game gets less than a 90, I would be very surprised. I would be very, very surprised, because it's like, I don't know. Like, if it's as good as everyone is saying, it has to at minimum be a 90. Like, people hyped up Baldur's Gate 3 like to the moon. Like, they're like, dude, this game's going to be like next level. I was like, fuck. Okay. And dude, look at the score it got. Yeah, it's clearly next level. It's like, okay, well, that expectation was warranted. Like, people thought this was going to be the next big thing, and it turns out it actually fucking was. People are treating Starfield the exact same way, man, where it's like, this thing has to hit. It has to. And I'm not trying to put too much pressure on it, but it's like, it's not me putting the pressure on it. That's what everybody else is. Everybody else is saying, like, this game is going to be game of the generation, man. One of the best games ever made. It's like, okay, well, I'm thinking a 93 sounds, that might even be a little bit low, based off the way some people are talking. So that's what I'm thinking, man. That's what I'm thinking. But if it, I'm not going to say, like, if it gets like a 90, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, fuck, man, it didn't live up. No, I'm not saying that. It could be, it could land in the high 80s, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Some of the best games I've ever played are in the high 80s, so it'll be interesting, man, because saying, Omen, you're saying you predict Starfield Metacritic 82. Now that would be interesting, because that would be the low 80s. In order for it to get an 82, that would mean that there are some major review outlets that did not give it a 10 out of 10 or like a 9.5 out of 10. And that I think is what would make the conversation interesting, is that if it does land in like the low 80s or even the mid 80s, we'll have to dissect that and look at who is giving, like, which review outlets are giving this a lower score and why. And that would be interesting to see, but saying 86 isn't a bad score. No, certainly not. Certainly not. Saying MBG, I'll play no matter what the score, but if it was broken shit, I would leak like Cyberpunk did. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is we're hearing the opposite about Starfield. So definitely not a Cyberpunk situation. People are saying that this is like, and I think they're playing on console too. That's important to note, because that's what CD Projekt Red did. They like didn't put out the console version for people to review, which was like a massive red flag. Bethesda didn't do that, which is good, because that would have been concerning, But MBG, don't forget, we have to see the consumer objective side of the experience as well. Yeah, for sure, man. It'll be interesting. I really am. We talked a lot about Starfield on this stream, and I feel a little bit bad about that, because like, I'm not too keen on talking about. I try not to talk about games that often that I don't plan to play. It feels a little awkward, but it's just that Starfield's such a big game with such heavy implications. It's like, how can I ignore this thing, dude? Like, for example, I think I'm streaming the day Starfield reviews come out. Like, come on, man. Like, am I going to come out and be like, we're not going to check the Starfield reviews? at that point, I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to you guys because I think people are going to want to know, like, yo, how'd this game review? What are people saying? So, and we got, let's see, we got Shems. Shems comes in and drops a membership gift. And then Omen86 follows up Shems with another gift. Dude, Omen, how many gifts is that today, man? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We're at 164 members on the day. It says once, so I apologize, dude. So here's the thing, Omen. I know you followed up Shems to round it to 165. That's the problem with some of this stuff, man. The membership count is at 164. It said it was at 163 because it counted a milestone, chat. So apologies for that, man. Apologies for that. I got to make sure I keep the membership counter updated as soon as I can. Let me check something here real quick. Damn, dude, I'm drained right now. Yo. Okay. I love it, man. I love it. Omen, I had a feeling you were going to do that, man, to get it to 165. Omen86 drops another membership to get us to 165. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. I like having that rounded number as well, you know? Yeah, lots of W's in the chat for Omen and everybody else. Guys, I think this is the end of the road for the stream. You're saying MBG's low battery light is on. Yeah, I'm tired, man. Like, it always is funny to me how draining like doing these streams can be, because it doesn't seem like it should be draining. You know, like, I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm talking, but I guess there's a lot more energy that goes into it, than it seems. Let me check one more thing here. So I also want to say too, like, Call of Duty, really quick, I meant to mention this earlier. Call of Duty does some dumb shit. Like, I think it's dumb. Okay, like Nicki Minaj as an operator in Call of Duty. That's fucking dumb, dude. Like, what? But whatever. It is what it is. But I gotta give them credit because they do some cool shit as well. Like, I just saw this. They're gonna have Lara Croft as an operator, and dude, this looks fucking awesome. Like, they released what the Lara Croft operator is gonna look like. It basically looks like it doesn't look like the remakes. It looks like classic Lara Croft. Like, she has the teal tank top, and it looks fucking good, dude. Like, she actually looks really good. And I'm like, that's some cool shit you're doing there. That's the cool shit. And we got Shems. Shems comes in at the last moment and drops 5 more membership gifts. Guys, almost. Wow. Dude, that's crazy, man. I can't believe how much you guys continue to support. 170 members on the day. That is colossal, dude. That is absolutely colossal. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the continued support. It really means a lot, dude. It means more than a lot. It does. It's everything. I appreciate it. Seriously. And Omen86 comes in and drops another 5, dude. 175. The goal was 50, and we are at 175. How do you guys do it? How do you guys do it, man? Incredible.
Holy
Incredible
shit.
stuff, man. You're saying Nicki Minaj was to celebrate hip hop anniversary? It's just so random. Pig Roach is out. See you, Pig Roach. Appreciate the supers, man. The Lara Croft operator looks really cool, though. Like, that is actually, like, I thought it was somewhat interesting when they're like, here's Homelander and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. But Lara Croft, they need to get more stuff like that. That stuff kind of speaks to me. And it's because it's just like, I kind of expected it to look silly or not, like, very good. But no, man, it looks really good. It looks really good. Do you ever think your full-time job would be being a YouTuber? No, dude. I'm very blessed, man. I am. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have learned by this point in my life that nothing is what it seems, right? On the outside looking in, that it doesn't really matter what you're doing in life. And obviously, some things I think objectively can be much more difficult than other things. But everything kind of scales in a way. And I guess what I'm saying is it's fascinating to me that no matter what you do in life, there's always going to be like your brain is always going to acknowledge that there are still flaws in everything. You know, there's still some issues and everything. And that's why I think it's funny because it's like when you see like it's like Elon Musk, right? Like Elon Musk is one of the richest people on the planet, and because of that has like he wields a shit ton of power, dude. Like straight up. Like that guy has a lot of power and he can do whatever the fuck he wants. And yet it doesn't change the fact that that guy gets made fun of a lot. You know what I mean? Like that guy gets clowned on a lot, man. And he also spends a lot of time on the internet. So it's like, you know, he's seeing this shit. And it's like no amount of money, no amount of power is going to change that. Now, maybe having that money and having that power reduces it to where it's like, who the fuck are these people? But it's like, you're saying he feeds it. Yeah, I guess maybe he does. But it's just, it's ironic to me. It reveals something about life that it is true, man, where it's like, no matter where you are, no matter what you have, like there's a human experience in everything. And you can't take that away. Like you can't ever strip away the fact that we are all just people on this planet. And no one is better than anyone. Truthfully. Like, I mean, you know, we have our constructs, we have our concepts, we have our concepts of what is right and what is wrong. But generally speaking, you know, we're all born into the world. And when we're birthed into the world, dude, like we're all the same. We're all just babies being born. What the hell am I talking about? But you get the point. Yeah, here comes the philosophy segment. You get the point of what I'm trying to say. No one's really better than anybody. We're all just people. And it's just funny to me how no matter, again, what you have, the status you have, we're all just people. Omen86 says, but Elon doesn't have Jim Ryan's star power. Yeah, dude, Jim Ryan, I really wanted to see if I could create an AI soundbite of him, but I couldn't find one. I couldn't find a Jim Ryan voice, which is maybe for the best, but that would have been incredible, dude. If I could have found that, that shit would have been funny. The House of, I mean, if I could find a Jim Ryan AI, I would have him say something on a soundbite like, thank you for joining the House of Ryantology or something like that. Welcome to the House of Ryantology. That would have been so funny. But yeah, man, I appreciate everything you guys do for me. And I think this is where I'm going to call the stream because clearly I'm starting to get, you know, ugh. Can I make my own? No, that I don't know how to do. I would not know how to create a Jim Ryan AI voice. I wouldn't know how to do that. That's way out of my league. But yeah, I am gonna Ryantology, the way and the truth. I am gonna end the stream here, guys. I'm really starting to go off the rails here. So I'm going to do my outro, and I'm going to start by just once again, I got to thank you guys. I know I spent a lot of the stream thanking you guys, but I mean, we're at 175 memberships, and that's massive. I mean, look, I come into streams like today, and I'm going to have to change my title and everything, but I come into streams like today and my expectations genuinely are very low. Like I expect that I'm not going to be able to talk about as much. I'm not going to have as much to say. You know, maybe not as many people are going to show up, and you know, I don't know what to expect support wise, but you guys, I mean, really, you always come together, and not only it's not just about the support, it's a big part of it, membership gifts, the super chats, but you guys also keep, as I say, the conversations flowing in different directions that again, I do not come into these streams knowing every time like what we're going to talk about. And I really appreciate that. You're saying thanks for the stream. It was fun. My first stream after vacation. I'm happy to support. Yeah, I really appreciate that, man. I really do. And I'm really looking forward to the future, truthfully. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I try to live in the moment and embrace the moment, but I am looking forward to what happens next with PlayStation, because I feel like we all kind of have this. I mean, we're all big PlayStation fans here. I think that's kind of the tether for all of us. And we've seen how crazy things can get with the last build up to the last PlayStation showcase. It's just Sony didn't deliver the goods. But I think we all have this general feeling of like Sony's gonna, they're working on some shit. As we said, Jim Ryan's cooking, right? He's cooking. So I'm looking forward to where we go. Because August was let's be honest, like August is coming to an end. It was a fucking drag of a month, dude. But it's fine. It's normal. The dog days of summer is kind of how it always is. But September to me marks kind of the beginning of like, now we're entering the holiday season. I mean, September, the first 3 weeks are still summer technically, but from that moment forward, it really starts to kind of get more interesting. And I expect the remainder of this year, as well as 2024 for PlayStation, should be very interesting, considering how little we actually know. Saying my positivity, MBG attracted an awesome community. And that's awesome to think too, man. It's awesome to think. I would have never thought. Fred Vance says, nah, thank you, MBG, for creating the platform and allowing the community to grow and be here together. Well, we're all in it together, man. For as much as you guys want to thank me, again, it goes right back to you without not just this community, but how engaging this community is and how much you guys care. It wouldn't be where it is. So we're all in it together. And yeah, so 175 members going strong, man, going strong. And also want to extend a big thank you to everybody who donated a super chat. A lot of super chats today. A lot of interesting conversations from these super chats. And yeah, so the last thing I'll ask you guys to do as you head out, just hit that like button for me. I'd really appreciate it. And I also want to give a shout out, as always, to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for these streams, and he does a great job. So big shout out to Devil Shooter. If you see him in the comments, give him a thank you, show him some love. And yeah, that does it for this stream. The next stream will happen on Thursday, and we'll see. We will see what that stream brings. But until then, guys, take care.